Yeah. Roberta in the truth zone, mic hitting raw. Spotlight shining, she exposing the flaw. Debunking the myth, breaking their facade. This is Glass City, respect the squad. On these NYC blocks where the skyline flex big. Roberta Glass slicing lies with a truth rig. Innocence frosters, your stories unravel. She's a map through the madness of gritty gravel. Glass don't bend and facts don't break. She's a storm that's called, you feel the quake. Exposing tales stitched with crooked seams. Justice in the lens, shattered fake dreams. Screams about killers, painted heroes in disguise. She burning propaganda with fire in her eyes. No glamour for the guilty, she call it straight. She backs victims, the voice stay away. Stats and receipts, no spin, no clutter. Cold cases whisper, she cuts through the mutter. Truth's her tempo, don't confuse the beat. She's standing for the real while you taking a seat. True crime's a block, facts the artillery. Spinning those lies, yo, she checks that misery. Tabloid tales get smashed, no time to play. She's glass hard, break the false and save the day. True crime's a block, facts the artillery. Spinning those lies, yo, she checks that misery. Tabloid tales get smashed, no time to...
Okay, William, I want to address what you have to say about my intro music in a second, but I do want to say hello to Susan Hicks. I hope you're healing well. Tater, I want to say something, what I learned yesterday. And I'll get back to you, William, in a second. I learned yesterday, just being in the chat, that it takes a whole lot of sophistication and judgment to be a moderator, to moderate the chat for those that do it when there's actually issues going down. I know we can get very passionate. This is a very passionate channel. I'm certainly I take the difficult side of so many of these cases. And I certainly feel very passionately about the position I take on every single one of these cases. But yesterday, Tater was just doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone cool, calm, and collected. So I wanted to just shout her out this morning, and she really knows what she's doing the show and hoping everybody's getting along. Audrey, how are you? So we're on day 9. William, thank you for saying you love the intro music. I'm hoping to get something new soon, but I do get an awful lot of people say they hate it. It's a love-hate thing, kind of like this channel. So yeah, we're on day 9 of the Kouri Richins trial. Yesterday was just a jaw dropper. I may finish it up tonight unless something really jaw-dropping happens in court today. It was Josh Grossman on the stand, Kouri Richins' lover. Kouri Richins was married to Eric Richins. She's now on trial for attempted murder, and a whole host of financial fraud issues related to insurance fraud, etc., etc. I'm very bored by all of the money stuff, but she was over $4.5 million in debt. Let me just hide your comment, William, but I appreciate you calling out the music. So yesterday we were looking at, I wanted to see if we could find that again. Here's nothing's going on. We don't even have, I like to come on here a little early and just touch base with everybody. But so, I mean, we don't even have a seal on the wall, like they haven't started yet, just to give you an idea what we're looking at here. I pay very close attention. I don't want to miss anything, so don't worry. This is Kouri Richins, day 9, Court TV. We're waiting. It says it starts at 10:30 a.m., 17 minutes, okay? So since we have these 17 minutes, I wanted to go back and look at this exclusive interview with her defense team where they were saying that it's a pretty sneaky act, in my opinion. They're saying, well, the prosecutor should really set the record straight before trial. They never alleged something we learned. They were right that it was a Moscow Mule. They're not sure how he got this fentanyl in his system. He was poisoned. But I just wanted to see this defense team interview, the end of it. Hold on one sec. Pull it up. It's interesting when you have a trial going on, the first, I don't know, 100 videos are all clips from the trial and people talking about the trial. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with Court TV, the way Law and Crime is going to go forward with Court TV. No more Julie Grant. Thanks, Julie. I was on Julie's show a whole bunch of times during the Karen Reed trial. Thanks for having me on. That was always a pleasure to do. And I've been on Vinny's show twice. But are they going to do their own show? Are they going to continue on? Are they retiring? I'm just so curious to know. And what kind of content? So Law and Crime is taking over Court TV. What kind of content they're going to have? Just curious to see how that turns out. Hold on one second. Yeah, I was talking about last night about like the origin story that Kouri Richins wrote for herself, that she was just a poor girl cleaning toilets and she dreamed of being rich one day. It was something. Oh, even, let me see. I don't know. I was saving this, but maybe I should show it now. Hold on one second. I'll send it to myself. It was like, yeah, this might be more fun to watch. This is the kind of nonsense stuff. So Magna Legal Reporting is one of the biggest court reporting companies, and here's a woman who works as what I think is a kind of a fraud, basically just a nonsense career she picks juries. She's a jury consultant. This is the kind of thing that rich people hire to get an advantage in their case. To just give you an idea, a jury consultant firm was used to pick the jury for the Commonwealth in Karen Reed's case in the retrial. They could not have picked the jury worse than they did. So shame on the Commonwealth for falling for that scam. But so this is a woman from Magna who works for Magna Reporting. So they hire court reporters, right? And legal videographers, things like that. So when I talk about court reporter, I'm talking about a stenographer. It's a dynasty, but apparently they also offer jury consultants. And this jury consultant is now labeled herself a body language expert, and she's going to look at Kouri Richins' body language. I thought we'd have fun looking at this is the kind of nonsense true crime stuff that I just dislike intensely, especially body language. I just think it is it's a joke. Probably the most famous people who do this are the behavioral panel in true crime right now. And the one that I think I agree with the most is the English guy on there who's basically just a PR representative. Is not a body, like he's just kind of like a street guy who knows who I just think they're the last people. They did a whole episode on Gabby Petito's abuse of her killer and abuser before all the facts came out. They never apologized. They never took it down. I mean, you can still watch their crap Gabby Petito coverage to this day. Never forgiven them for that. But here is this jury consultant from Magna Legal Services. Take a listen.
Woman accused of poisoning her husband with a lethal dose of fentanyl, then writing a children's book about grief.
Today, an evidence scene technician took the stand. We do have team coverage for you tonight. Brian Schnee and Liv Kelleher are both live for us in Summit County. So what stood out today?
Well, we only had a small sample size today in court because testimony lasted about an hour. And then due to unforeseen circumstances related to Judge Richard Mrazek, the court was actually adjourned and nobody stuck around really throughout the day. Everything wrapped up around 10:45 this morning, and they'll get going back again tomorrow morning. You mentioned fentanyl. That wasn't really discussed today. The defense had their opportunity to cross, again, the crime scene tech that was on the stand towards the tail end yesterday and to start the day today. And they asked her, she was the one who was taking photographs, for example, at the crime scene when Eric Richins was found deceased back in March of 2022. They asked her about, did you find this drug? Did you find this medication? And there was a lot of questions pertaining to that today.
In your experience, when you've been to scenes, have you experienced where people put pills in different bottles than what the bottle actually says they are when they're illicit drugs?
Well, they were taking time to pick apart the evidence that was either found or, in some cases, as the defense alluded to, did not look for during part of this investigation. Very interesting over the last few hours of testimony between yesterday and today. Something also we've been following here is Kouri Richins herself in the court. Liv Kelleher was in the court for about an hour today. It was a very short sample size, but you were talking to a body language expert about Kouri's demeanor over the past 2.5 days, I guess technically 3 days of trial?
Yeah, that's right, Brian. When we think about Kouri's physical appearance, that's going to communicate a message to the jury. Over the past 3 days, she's been wearing 3 different outfits. Today, she was in perhaps her softest look, a light blue top, a gray sweater. The first day, she was in a black suit. The second day, she was in a gold blouse. All 3 days, she's had her hair done in a very low, sleek bun, very soft look, and very minimal makeup. She has not spoken. We don't know if she will testify.
And no tears and no emotion. But she's dressed in, depends. Some of this could be Kouri Richins' wardrobe from her mother or her own home, but most likely it's her lawyers who go out shopping for her. Someone in the lawyer's office. And they'll talk about putting these defendants who are accused of really heinous crimes like murder in pastel colors to make them look innocent and non-threatening.
But these physical choices are communicating a message to the jury. Unintentionally or intentionally, how a defendant appears speaks before they do. Melinda Ruth is a jury consultant and body language expert with Magna Legal Group.
Nonverbals are where we see truth. You can say anything you want, right? But your body will eventually speak the truth.
She says jurors are instructed to only consider facts in the case.
That's the problem, though, is that they've actually studied body language, and because everybody has different habits, can be misconstrued. It's really, I'm fascinated by statement analysis. I think I've always found that if we're going into these things that can't be used in court, like body language and statement analysis. I always find statement analysis a lot more interesting, just compelling. But she hasn't said anything. She's dressed in colors that, these baby blues and baby's pinks. She's very dark, and she seems to have the same kind of complexion I have, which is like a light olivey kind of peaches, little flush complexion that just does not look great in these pastel colors.
But to interpret a defendant's appearance or their reaction is only human.
They're looking at the defendant and trying to judge authenticity. Is this a trustworthy person?
Ruth says a few things have stood out to her. Kouri's consistent pulled back hairstyle, her doe-like eyes, and her tendency to rest her hand on her chin.
She has to be careful with this because it can elevate you, making you seem like you're somewhat above because your chin is up.
In opening statements, the prosecution characterized Kouri as an affluent and savvy businesswoman who was motivated by greed. Characteristics being thrust upon you by the prosecution, how do you fight against those with your appearance?
Right. You need to appear humble. You've got to appear approachable.
She says dress adds to that, like the soft cardigan and light color palette she wore today.
She looks meek.
I don't think she appears approachable, but she's right. She's trying to look meek. But there are moments when you can see she's burning daggers with her eyes into people.
She looked meek to me anyway, not polished, not somebody that I would assume is like a, cutthroat with business or just, not necessarily.
She's not cutthroat with business. She was $4.5 million in debt. You're right to assume that. She wasn't a cutthroat businesswoman. She was a terrible, seemed like a compulsive money spender. We heard that she bought 2 trucks for her lover, probably from money stolen from Eric Richins.
Necessarily a victim, but definitely this is a mom in your community.
While the case will ultimately come down to evidence and testimony, experts say first impressions and lasting ones are being formed every single day inside the courtroom. Ruth also told me that a defendant's control of their appearance is strongest in the first few days of a trial, but as proceedings continue and fatigue sets in, it can be more difficult to maintain control over those non-visual cues. Now, again, the jury has been instructed to only make decisions based on the facts in this case, but as we've seen, that can be difficult to do.
And we have a long ways to go here. I mean, today was...
If the jury... You can't go into as someone who's been a juror in a criminal case, child predation case, you cannot go into the jury room when it's time for you to state your reason why you voted a certain way if they take a vote. You cannot say because she looked guilty. You can't say because she put her chin down or whatever. Ditto for not guilty. When you have so many bad facts against you, you're looking for any voodoo that you can use in the court.
Cut short. You have to figure maybe that time will be added on somewhere. We do know that the state was still planning to call maybe even close to a dozen witnesses over the final couple days of this week. So we will see how far we make it. But again, things do get going tomorrow morning, bright and early here in Summit County at 8:30. That'll do it for us out here in Park City.
Yeah, that's what's called a fluff piece. Kind of ridiculous. This is what we're looking at as far as court. We're not even in court yet. But I did also want to finish up the other thing we looked at yesterday. Oh, maybe we'll look at a little clip of some of the testimony from Josh Grossman.
How do you know her? I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point. We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
Then did you come to know her in South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
Did there come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe, or early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber. I had my dog with me. We do live-in flips, me and the dog. Yeah.
Other than accommodations,
And how many millions of dollars was he and his dog, me and the dog, were in debt? Probably not at all, right? How much does he look like Eric Richins? Very similar look, right?
did she pay you for your service?
We didn't have any contractual agreement. She took care of me. I lived for free. She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her, so I'd work for free. Not that she didn't, pay me. She did from time to time in lump sums. And
Did she also give you a truck?
yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them. Bought me one, traded it in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother. Yeah.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
So right about the outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
Witness has it.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it?
Sorry to interrupt this pretty compelling testimony, but this is what's going on. Just so you know, I'm monitoring the situation. We're not missing anything. Not even a seal we're looking at. So I guess they're starting a little late today. It's very rainy and gloomy here in the Northeast.
Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you.
I don't know what it's like in Park City, Utah. But this is a day when you'd be shocked if. So we're looking at a vacation selected hotel. They're staying at a 5-star hotel. Kouri Richins' birthday is the same as Hitler's birthday, April 20th. Shocker there. And his birthday is December 9th. He's a little older. This is his first name is Robert, but Robert Josh Grossman. And Kouri D. Richins, born April 1990, April 20th. And he was born December 9th, 1982, excuse me. But let's see, they said a preferred club marina swim out. Oh, that sounds nice. King size bed, a suite. She's also using a lot of resort coupons. They had spas. Oh my Lord, discounted rates.
Mr. Grossman, do you recognize that document before you?
I mean, I know what it's alluding to.
I know what it's alluding to. It's not alluding to, it's a record of, Josh. But this, it was created December 21st. Excuse me, December 7th, 2021. And they were going to leave, I guess, maybe for her birthday, April 29th after. So Eric Richins was murdered was found dead March 4th. Really, I think he was murdered March 3rd. Was found in the early morning hours, or it was reported. I don't know. Found isn't really a good word. It was reported by Kouri Richins that he was dead. 3 a.m, March 4th, 2022. But we're looking at a $4,000 vacation. Did they go on? They must have gone on this, right?
I know of it. Yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to the secret St. Martin's resort?
Yes.
So I'm going to take a look at the passenger name.
I get this witness is so expressive. Did you see the eyebrow raise there? Let's go back. Did you know about this secret St. Martin's trip? The eyebrow raise. Yes. Yes.
And to the secret St. Martin's resort?
Yes.
So I'm going to take a...
That should be a clip in itself. Clip that. Oh my Lord. Funny. Funny, funny. All right, we're still looking at a seal. Back to, if you're coming in late, we're watching the testimony of the other man in Kouri Richins' life. Married Kouri Richins at the time to Eric Richins before she murdered him March 3rd, 2022. And this was the other man, Josh Grossman, the handyman. He's testifying.
Take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there. RG with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male.
Right. So, yeah, no, I'm not male. And that's not me. I know the initials are the same, guys, but I was not on a vacation with Kouri Richins in the Caribbean, St. Martin's, the Caribbean.
So are those your initials?
Yes.
Is that your birthday?
Yes.
Perhaps obviously.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah. She. I think that was a birthday present. I remember seeing a text or something. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was there.
Thank you, Scott.
We didn't discuss it much. So did they not go? Because I thought she broke up with him 8 months after. Was it 8 months after? I thought it was 8 months after Eric Richins was murdered. She tossed him to the curb. She discarded him like she discarded Eric Richins when he was no longer useful to her.
During that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins, did you love her?
Yes.
During that time, did you feel that she loved you?
Yeah. I have a tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most. So, I think she did.
Did you exchange?
Is Eric Richins Mormon? Because I just found a whole bunch of the pre-trial stuff where Kouri Richins is saying that he wasn't a practicing Mormon, which made me think that his family was Mormon. I know Kouri Richins sounded similar vein. Raised in it, but not practicing. Do I have any Mormons in my audience? Anybody who was raised Mormon?
Change text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From the time you moved to Utah, about how often?
Daily, unless she was mad at me or vice versa.
What topics on those messages did you discuss?
Same thing you would discuss with your best friend, plus house flipping stuff. Life.
Plus a benefit of we had sex together. So here's Eric Richins. Yes, he was born May 3rd. 2 Taurus, for those that follow. I had a friend who was really into it. So gotta remember it. May 3rd. She had a May birthday. So 2 Taurians. But here, March 4th. And they mentioned, yes, he was a Mormon. I'll read his obituary here. Eric Eugene Richins made his last extravagant and largely unexpected gesture on March 4th, 2022, signing off on a life, in his own words, lived to the fullest and with few regrets. Did Kouri Richins write this? God certainly perfected the mold when Eric was born to Jean and Linda Carter Richins on May 3rd, 1982, in Bountiful, Utah. Eric's world revolved around his family, his love for hunting, the family cattle ranch, and his insane drive as a successful entrepreneur. Being born into the Richins legacy shaped Eric's formative years and resulted in a lifetime of hard work, dedication, and fierce loyalty. Being the eldest was a dubious task, but he was up for the challenge. I mean, do you have a choice when it comes to birth order? But he was up for the challenge and led and loved his sister fiercely. At an early age, Eric learned the joys of keeping horses and cows around. He spent countless hours helping his dad work the ranch, hauling hay, feeding animals, and mending fences. He loved his family unconditionally and was a devoted son, brother, and uncle. Unfortunately, he married a psychopath who murdered him. Eric was a family man who always strove to be the absolute best father and husband. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, so 9, 7, and 5 when he was murdered, and a devoted husband to the love of his life and wife of 9 years, Kouri Richins. Eric did absolutely everything in his power to provide his family with every possible opportunity to live, grow, and have fun. Growing up, Eric was a serious athlete. Let me just check, make sure that we're not. Nope, we don't even have a. Maybe they're starting late today. I don't know. I know tomorrow there's no court, but there is a trial in the Karen Reed case, in the civil case. So much fascinating stuff's been going on in that case. All good for the O'Keefe family. Really nice turn of events there. For those of you who agree with me on that case. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric, whether it be him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or sleeves on his shirt. This makes me think that Kouri wrote this. It's so hostile here. Whether it be him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or sleeves on his shirt because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way, or his calling to, I mean, that's like, wait. He showed up to a family dinner with no socks or sleeves on his shirt because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way. I mean, that's just like a humiliating, that doesn't tell me anything about his character. It's just like a humiliating story. or his calling to tell you he rolled the four-wheeler for the umpteenth time is stuck and needs you to come get him. Oh, that sounds like he's a pain in the ass. Sorry, excuse my language, but wow. Who wrote this? Eric loved to have fun and was always the life of the party. He owned almost every motorized toy possible, from four-wheelers and side-by-sides to trucks and snowmobiles. Because of this, he of course holds the Richins family record for most rolls and collisions of motorized vehicles, as well as most stitches received from a single incident. 200 on his face, to be exact. Eric was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's the Mormons. He served a 2-year mission in Mexico City, where he learned to speak Spanish fluently. He received a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah in International Studies with a minor in Spanish. Together, Eric's mission and his education truly shaped his business acumen. He has had the perfect combination of business sense and foresight. He built a very successful masonry business from the ground up and helped many friends to do the same. He had a special ability to build close relationships with everyone he worked with, which really allowed his business to thrive. Eric loved every single aspect of his job, but most of all, he loved the people he worked for and those he worked with. Eric faithfully supported organizations that he truly believed in. Well, I would hope if he supported them that he truly believed in them. He never was one that wanted recognition or accolades. He did most things anonymously and without recognition. Eric was well, I would love to know what were some of the causes that he believed in. That would be a time that would give you a little insight into his character there. Eric was a true champion of all people. It didn't matter if you were an employee, family, friend, or the next random person walking down the street. If you needed anything, you can count on him. I bet Kouri wrote this. It's so odd. He truly cared about each person he met. He was always trying to help people find better solutions in work and in life. Eric made sure to set time aside to do what he loved most and make sure that everyone around him did the same. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life with reckless abandon. He enjoyed great adventures to far off places, but also cherished the small and finer things in life, like his Under Armour sweatsuits and spending time with his family and friends. I mean, so much of this is about the stuff that he owned, isn't it? No obstacle was too great for Rico. He simply viewed each one as a challenge. No peaks were too high. I mean, it's like no cliches. Putting in so many cliches into this is never enough. And that's what makes me think Kouri wrote this. No peaks were too high, and the next adventure was always just around the next bend. Words can't describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart that was lucky enough to know. Has to be Kouri. Remember we heard last night? Let me see if I can show this since we have a minute, right? We still have a second. Let me see if I can pull up this video for you guys. Raining to love you. My heart is burning with sadness to have read that. See, I mean, I love when these heartless people always refer to their heart and all these cliches. My heart is burning with sadness. It's so over the top. I'm manipulating you with what I think people would feel if they read that. It's draining to love you. So we know that she obviously love bombed him with all these buying of trucks, and you'll see later on she's really laying it on thick with the I love yous. Very similar though, isn't it, to Eric Richins? So if it starts at 9:30, yeah, we're not starting. Let me amend that, because then we're not starting for another hour, so we have some time to hang out. If that's what the judge said. Usually they've been starting at 8:30, which means it starts at 10:30. So if they're starting at 9:30 today, then we don't have to, then it's not going on for another hour. My heart is burning with sadness to have read that. Like it popped out of my chest and someone is stomping on it. That's a bit of drama. I'm sorry, I'm draining to love. I knew this would come one day. Just was hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, laughing and joking, venting and being overly happy with news I got today. The sense of never feeling judged with you and just so comfortable around you. You seem like you don't catch on to the fact that I'm a psychopath with designs on planning on killing my husband. A little bit of last night, but isn't that similar to Eric Richins' obituary? Did she write this for the family as a way to convince them that she was an innocent in all of this, that she didn't murder him? Words can't describe. I mean, look how similar it is. Eric, I mean, this is all sort of like ideas that she's heard or someone's heard somewhere else. It doesn't seem to be connecting emotionally with me. All the things he owned. Words cannot describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart. Isn't that so similar to what you wrote, Josh Grossman, that was lucky enough to know him? We all need to learn from Eric's example and be sure to make the time to have fun and do what we love. I love murdering. I also love having affairs and spending money. Thank you, Rico, for being such an inspiration and role model for us all. We love you, Eric, with all our hearts. Big red flag. Anyone who refers to their hearts, it's with a heavy heart. It's just like a giant red flag for me. Lets me know that they're really not feeling what they're saying. And more. Eric is preceded in death by his amazing mother, Linda Richins, his paternal grandparents, H. Lamont, Athea Ferguson Richins, his maternal grandfather, Charles Carter. He's survived by his three incredible sons, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, his wife, Kouri Darden, his father, Eugene F., and his sisters. Yeah, this has to be. Because, look, the children, then his wife, then his father, his sisters, Katie Benson, or Katie Richins Benson. Her husband is named Clint. We saw him testify. Amy William Richins. So her husband's name was William. His nieces, Madeline and Lillian, and his maternal grandmother, Joan Carter. He's also survived by a multitude of aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends who all loved and adored him. Services will be held at the Hennifer LDS Mormon Chapel. Viewings will be held on Thursday, March 10th, 2022 from 6 to 8, as well as Friday, March 11th. All right. So since we're waiting, why don't we look at some of these videos?
This is when Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
You're gonna have to let me read it, but in my mind,
Well, go ahead and look at, yeah, right there where it's highlighted.
I didn't know what fentanyl was then, so I don't know if I if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember, I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4/15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uintas. You with me?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with her at that time,
Yes.
right? And you told, well, let me back up. You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, oh man. So never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, you know, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point. And I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and I heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but then I started, I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested, I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow, over my wrongdoings, infidelity. And,
Okay.
And that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her. I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me. I was blown away. And then I'm like, looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses. And I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help, that's what I was going to do. And that's
Okay,
sometime after that, it wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay.
And
So let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if he used the word definitely, but said that.
She did it.
Right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 20/20 hindsight about conversations,
Right.
which led you to think of the conversation in the Uintas, fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years, you know.
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah, it's about that. It's about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
At the time it happened, her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. The talk was not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it, how good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't at that time.
Bow hunt?
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them went.
Oh.
I don't remember. But
So she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
she did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right. You'd mentioned during direct that you did work for Kouri here in Utah and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall a lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed. Yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think.
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
That was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, she
Okay.
texted me one time. I believe she texted me. She had just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
Well,
And she just seemed like surprised. Like it was unexpected.
it was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time. And then No, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So
Did she appear to change after he died?
yes, how so? Like, yeah, I mean,
Well, I was
think
hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving or sad?
Yeah. But I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter. But when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic
Okay.
than usual. But yeah, there were times where, you know, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
All right. And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
So did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really, just, you know, that was the first time.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
Do you want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So yeah, you know, we sat there and talked for quite a while, you know, and I'd never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation. And I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that. So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that, you know, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, you know. And I think that's what she did. She asked me, go ahead. I'll let you ask. I know you.
Sure.
But
did she ask you a question about killing?
She did ask me yeah.
What sir did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines. And then I answered her. I took it as not out of the normal, though, really.
Unbelievable testimony, isn't it? Sometimes he's very keyed in to her. He didn't know what the word love, the phrase love triangle meant. Interesting. But he rightly keyed into the fact that if it's a love triangle, then Kouri Richins is at the top of the pyramid.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
For how long?
You'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months, maybe 8, 10. Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know. Just you had a falling out, disagreements. I think, things changed after Eric passed. I mean, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same. So I don't know if that led to us parting ways or.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as exciting being with someone who is a murder suspect. I don't think I think he's just coming to terms. I think he just repressed this whole thing and ran away from it. And you can see him putting his head down.
Okay. This is when Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
We just saw those. Okay, so here she says, uh-oh, was Harry mad? This is from Kouri Richins to Josh Grossman. Mine should be super quick and big deal. Haha, I would appreciate that. I'm going to call I 22 cops searching my damn house Wednesday for 8 hours. This shit just keeps getting worse and worse. When my mom was suspected, nobody suspected my mom when she might have, possibly, it's a possibility, ended the life of her lesbian lover. Here I poisoned my husband, and now I have 22 cops searching my damn house. What has the world gotten to? And he writes back, searching your house for what? The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace. 5 times the lethal dose is a trace, guys. A trace. All right, if you want a lot of euphemisms and a lot of let's say legally protective words used like allegedly, accused, The prosecution says you might want to go to another channel. We talk about guilt openly and honestly here. The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace of fentanyl in the system. Yeah, try 5 times the lethal dose, Kouri. I don't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. There's a lie. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me. No reading me rights. They never told me why they were at my house and why the hell they were looking for. Because you weren't read your rights. We never heard of any statements she made when they came to search your house. They were looking for stuff. They weren't looking for statements from you, Kouri. I was like, what the F? They had a search warrant and everything. This is so effing ridiculous. And all that drug dogs and everything, they didn't even, I mean, she's really effing and blinding here. And all that drug dogs and everything that they didn't find a damn thing but Eric's weed gummies. Congratulations. I just want everybody to know they're Eric's, not mine and Eric's, but Eric's totally. They were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have to have some kind of proof of crime was committed, whether it's drugs being sold in and out of my house. How about like your text messages, Kouri? Or how about an informant or me having something to do with this S? I don't even know what the F that is. I thought it was cocaine. The detective isn't corrected me. Wow. Her writing is really awful. They took all, I mean, just terribly constructed. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a writer's daughter. They took all electronics out of my house, even my kids' stuff. Certainly not a crime to be a bad writer. But it is a crime to kill your husband or poison him. That was so good, wasn't it? When the defense, who's bringing this up? Sorry. I'm just gonna, what? How about when the defense, right? The defense was complaining. Oh, Tater, see you later. Thank you for moderating. I hope everybody can keep it civil because I am not the talented moderator. I'll just close down the chat, okay? If it gets too much for me to handle. I don't think I'll have to do that. Hopefully I won't, but I'm not the talented moderator that Tater is. Yeah, I think so, Audrey. Yeah, people are pretty cool in my chat. It's just rare. Sometimes things get heated. I get it. Okay, let's move forward a little faster here. Eric, oh, still effing and blinding here. Eric does not do effing drugs. So I'm not going to read the swear words. But you can imagine. Just, I don't know. I don't want to get in the habit of swearing all over this channel. He ate an ton of edibles 4 to 5 times a week. She's still counting on those edibles, right? So she was counting on those edibles to be illegally obtained or have some kind of illicit drug. I think she heard about edibles maybe once and maybe a news story having this kind of in it, this kind of drug, fentanyl in it. She got overly excited. but rarely even drank. This is absurd, and they don't even have a COD yet. How can they just jump to all this bull S before we even know Ronnie, that's her brother, swears the gummies are laced with it because it was a new pack? I think Ronnie's a stand-in for her and her hopes. This is all just so freaking stupid and crazy. I have a ton of questions, thoughts. I'll save them for a phone call. I have a ton of questions and thoughts, as you would if your lover, if your secret lover is being brought up on murder charges. Okay. Call you in a bit, Kouri writes. Yeah, this is a conversation I'm not looking forward to having. Yep, still nothing going on here. So Utah is 2 hours behind. So if they talk about 9:30, we're talking about 11:30. It's my fabulous math.
So did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really, that was the first time.
This guy's in trauma. This is real trauma. That was my impression. Audrey, it's 8:18. Where are you, Audrey? I have a funny story about Snoop Dogg. Does anybody know who Perez Hilton is? The gossip columnist. He was a witness in a deposition, and they asked him if he'd ever heard that Snoop Dogg smoked pot. And he answered, he's under oath. This is like being on the stand under oath. He said no. That'll tell you, I mean, how people can lie like this. My mother knows Snoop Dogg is known for that, but Perez Hilton is answering yes. California? Oh, lucky dog. There's some beautiful parts of California.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
Do you want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while.
Yeah, it's really interesting when lawyers make arguments like this that are hard to believe. Like, he doesn't know what the phrase love triangle means, or didn't at the time, but now he's saying, do you want me to contextualize it? It's awfully sophisticated word if you don't know what love triangle is? No? So people will surprise you. So say if he wrote that in a thing, I can see a defense lawyer saying, are you telling me the guy who doesn't know what love triangle is using this word contextualize? Yes. People have all sorts of contradictions and odd things and ambivalent feelings, and especially murderers, because they're so impulsive often. And they have a real need oftentimes to confess their crime and a real need to cover it up at the same time. So they're doing a lot of, and a real need to, talking about the case we just covered, but a real need to also confuse things, mix it all up. But it's a mistake, I think. That's what I've learned. It's a mistake to go at these like looking for consistent, rational, reasonable actions that are all from one consistent motivation. I don't see that in these cases that we talk about. And
while, you know, and I'd never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation. And I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that.
I thought that was very telling. She's not used to being open. So he knew he was dating a woman, married woman with a lot of secrets. And she had him wrapped around her finger. I mean, he was doing work for her for free. Just, I mean, it sounded like she's buying him cars or trucks. One he gave to her mother, so really one truck. He's doing an awful lot of expensive work for her as a handyman, things that would cost a penny, pretty penny. That's what I got from it. Go back to the testimony about the love triangle. I disagree. He's really triggered. I might not disagree with what you're saying about, but he completely doesn't understand. She has to explain it. She's like, how do you have how do you put three people in a circle?
So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that, you know, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that.
He does that, but we all look at people through the lens of our own, right? We figure they're human, I'm human, I react like this. Like we all have, I'm talking about people with a full range of feeling. That's a mistake. Kouri Richins is not going to have a full range of feeling. As a psychopath, she isn't going to make attachments. And this guy is still, Josh Grossman still hasn't figured out who he dated. He thinks he dated a woman. I mean, he's going with just a woman who's so in debt, she did a rash, terrible thing, and probably feeling a ton of remorse and regret. Don't think so. She's dying to get away with her crime. And she's happy to throw Eric Richins under the bus and his family under the bus, beat them up to get her way. She's ruthless. He hasn't figured it out. He's lucky to be alive. We don't know who that, who was the fentanyl she was buying for after Eric Richins' death. Was it her children? Was it Eric Richins' mother? She was buying life insurance for the children. Was it for the middle woman, Carmen Lauber? Did she know too much? Was she going to off her? Was she going to off this guy? Or was she just buying it to make it look not suspicious? But she told Carmen Lauber that he died of a brain aneurysm, and she told Eric Richins' father that he died of COVID-related illnesses and a fungal lung infection, which is what his mother died of. Jean Richins, Eric Richins' father's wife and mother of Eric Richins. So re-victimize them with that. Your son died of that too. Just put them in a trauma state. Re-victimize them with that lie.
She does that about lots of things in every normal life, you know. And I think that's what she did. She asked me, go ahead. I'll let you ask. I know.
Sure.
But
Did she ask you a question about killing?
she did ask me yeah.
What's her did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
What was that knocking? Was he like knocking out of discomfort there? It sounded like it. Can we listen to that again? The camera's on Kouri Richins, so I don't know what he's doing, but he is incredibly uncomfortable. It almost looks like, you know, like someone would write this out of a movie. I mean, just me and my dog, I'm the handyman, fixing things, doing things for my lady. I mean, really, doesn't he?
What's her did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Killed everybody who's serving in Iraq. I'll just go back just a tad. The defense stood up yesterday and complained to the judge. It was either yesterday or the day before. Help me out in the chat for those. Was it yesterday? All these, it's such a long day of testimony. Hard to remember. But they stood up and complained that the prosecution was making faces during their cross-examination, which I haven't seen them do. The only time I saw the prosecutor make a face was when he was asked whether it was okay to put a phone call between Carmen Lauber and Kouri Richins into evidence. And he's like, kind of raised his eyebrow. I was like, yeah. He thought about it for a second. It's like, yeah, okay. Like, if you think that's going to help you, I can't see how lawyers always thinking how it could be damaging for their side. They tend to say no, just to be on the safe side. But in this side, he couldn't see anything damaging for his side. He was like, all right, go ahead. But I mean, that's a face, but I haven't seen them make any faces during cross-examination. Has anyone else? Am I missing it?
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Did you respond? Hold on. Let me just see if I can finish this up. It's so interesting. Hold on.
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines.
If I'm a juror hearing that, my ears are pricking up. What? Because so often these killers do this to find out what it feels like to kill. They want to kill. They have it. I've done so many cases. Killers are talking about at 15, 16. That's the goal. And that's what it all breaks down to when we talk about motivations. Let's not normalize this. Because they wanted to. And they don't have the emotional capacity for empathy or regret or remorse. Okay, we're looking at the top of the judge's head. Sound is off, but looks like we're going to start pretty soon. So I'm just going to leave it here for now.
231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for the defendant are present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything? Okay. And we're starting with Ms. Bramwell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's invite the jury in, please.
Brittany, can you turn the sound in the crowd?
Folks, please have a seat. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Servant.
Marie Bramwell, please.
Ms. Bramwell, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Marie Bramwell, Bramwell.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of law do you practice?
Domestic relations.
Does that include divorce work?
Yes.
And is your practice located in Heber?
Yes, it is.
I want to turn your attention to May of 2021. Were you doing that same law practice at that time?
Yes, I was.
And what is the name of your law firm?
Gordon Law Group.
What is your firm practice related to when you're starting an attorney-client relationship, when you would collect a retainer payment?
Normally, there is an initial consultation, and after that meeting, then we would collect a retainer.
What's the approximate cost for that retainer?
It's normally $5,000.
What is, so you mentioned after that initial consult, is that consult typically done in person?
Yes, it is, typically.
And would that retainer agreement or the retainer payment be collected then after the initial consult?
Normally it is, yes.
Okay. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
And have you met with her?
Yes, I have.
Was that on May 3rd of 2021?
That sounds correct.
Did you have any other in-person meetings with Kouri Richins?
I don't believe so.
Did you, after that initial meeting, did you subsequently exchange emails with Kouri Richins?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever meet with her in person again?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You emailed with her approximately 5 times between May of 21 and January of 22. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
And she emailed you about 4 times in that same time frame. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Other than those communications, did you speak with her at any other time?
I don't believe I did.
If someone decides not to move forward with your firm in an attorney-client relationship manner for any reason, would a retainer be returned to them?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness exhibit 4-20, please. Do you recognize this? If you could scroll all the way down for her, Scott. No. Oh, it's my screen. I'm sorry. You can see the whole thing.
Yes, it appears to be a check issued from Gordon Law Group.
And is the check made out to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
We'll move to admit 4-20.
Oh, no objection, I'm sorry.
4-20 is admitted.
Ma'am, those were all my questions for you.
Ms. Lewis.
Katie, could you pull up State's Exhibit 4-18 for the witness? You recognize that, Ms. Bramwell?
Yes, I do.
And is that your bio that's used for the Gordon Law Group?
Yes, it is.
And could we publish that, or could I move to admit it and then publish it?
No objection.
4-18 is admitted.
Can you blow it up, Katie, so I can? Yes, maybe I should step up here. My eyes, not what they used to be. Okay, so according to your bio, you practice law also in the areas of water law, boundary issues, easement, and property issues, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's all we have, nothing further.
Just one question. Were you doing those types of cases in 2021?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it was just the domestic relations then at that time?
Primarily.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bramwell, thanks for your time. You're free to go. Counsel.
Your Honor, we have a phone call that we would like to play. It states Exhibit 2-95D. We've laid the foundation for these calls through other witnesses.
We object. I think these phone calls need to come in through a witness, and I know this phone call is between two particular people, and they haven't admitted it through any witness. I think there will be witnesses coming up that they may be able to admit it through, but I object to it being played at this time.
Would you approach for me? Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of legal issues I need to sort out. If I sort them out now, it will make the rest of the day more efficient. I appreciate your patience. Please rise for the jury. Okay, folks, have a seat. We're still on the record. Ms. Lewis, I apologize for interrupting you. I think this would just be an easier way to have the conversation that we were having. Go ahead and complete your thought form regarding jail calls.
Well, there's hearsay in this call also from the other party,
That will be true with every call. And so we'll need to come up with an instruction for the jury about how they are to treat the other side of each of these calls.
All right, well, I guess our objection is that these calls could and should be introduced through an actual witness. Playing them randomly, I think is confusing for the jury.
May we stay focused on this particular call for a moment to tease out your position on that? So this is 2-95.
I'd like to look at that again, but I also think that
Hold on, I wasn't finished with my
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
My apologies. This is 2-95.
Yes, sir.
What was the number again?
295D.
295D.
Okay, so 2-95D, as I understand it, the state is seeking to play now because it relates to Ms. Richins having contacted Ms. Bramwell. Is that fairly stated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so I think, as I understand the state's position, playing it at any other time than directly following Ms. Bramwell's testimony would be confusing. That's what I'm gathering from the state's position.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So take it from there, Ms. Lewis.
I'd like to, I haven't looked at this call in a couple of days, so I'd like to look at it. But I also think by introducing these things without a witness on the stand is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. When we introduce these randomly, we can't cross-examine anyone about these calls.
Well, are you talking about foundation or content?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you talking about cross-examining regarding foundation or content?
Content.
Well, the content, the part that's being admitted for the truth, is your own client's statements. So the confrontation problem doesn't exist there. And if we instruct the jury not to consider the other half of the conversation for the truth, there's no confrontation issue there either.
Well, if they were to call the witness, who is the other half of the conversation, and introduce the call through the witness, then we would have an opportunity to cross-examine regarding the phone call.
But not if the other half of the call isn't being admitted as substantive evidence. They're not admitting the other half of the conversation as substantive evidence of anything. And moreover, I'm going to be instructing the jury that they can't consider the other half of the call as substantive evidence. I think I have to under the hearsay rule.
Your Honor, I still believe that we need to have the call through a witness. If they were to call the person who testified, the person who's on the other half of the call, then we would have the right to cross-examine them about the content of the call. And we don't know what that evidence would be. There may be more to this call or more context to this call that the individual can explain. By just randomly playing calls, we don't have any opportunity to cross-examine anyone or do anything with these calls. And then the jury just takes these calls as without an opportunity for us to put in any explanation about these calls.
I feel like you're intentionally ignoring the fact that I'll be instructing the jury to not consider the other half of the call. But I understand your position, and you have to acknowledge that you have the power to subpoena the people on the other side of the call if you want to. But let's stay focused on the half that the jury would be allowed to consider from each of these calls. And that's your client's own statement.
I need a moment to look at this call again. I haven't looked at it in a couple of days. Is that all right?
Of course.
It might take me a minute.
Can I see it at the same time?
There was something that was on the screen just now.
Yeah, so
I've got it.
send this to Scott.
Oh, I got it. Never mind. This is just the transcript.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It's from court.
They sent it to us the other day.
We're getting it to you.
No problem. And then somebody else on your team is going to provide me and opposing counsel with the transcript of Ms. Gibson's testimony.
Okay, I'm confused.
Yeah.
I was getting you that you want to see the exhibit itself first.
Forgive me, somebody flashed it. I think Katie flashed the content of the call on the screen. And so if Ms. Lewis is looking at it, I'm going to be in the dark if I don't see
Okay,
it at the
Scott,
same
can you
time.
publish the content of the call? And then we'll,
Go to the next piece.
gotcha.
Thank you.
Let me just play this portion, Your Honor, without the audio.
Do you have a written representation of what's being said?
It's at the bottom.
Oh, I see.
It has the scrolling text at the bottom, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Give me 1 second. We'll all be on the same page here.
This is just the call. This is the transcript.
Cool. Hi.
Did we lose audio, Scott? It would appear that way.
I turned it off. I wasn't
Oh,
sure if
okay.
you wanted
No, that's
audio.
okay. I misunderstood.
We can't see it.
That's true. I can fix that.
Thank you.
All right, Scott, if you would play it without the audio for a moment, I'd appreciate it.
appreciate seeing the content of the call. Thank you. Forgive me, for the record, and so that defense counsel can respond. The probative value of this is?
Your Honor, it goes to Ms. Richins' state of mind. It goes to her intent about the marriage and what her thought process was in seeking counsel from a divorce lawyer.
Okay. All right. Ms. Lewis, I understand defendant's position regarding hearsay. Anything further regarding foundation or 4010203?
Yes, I think that the call needs to be further redacted. I mean, I stand on our objection, but if the court's going to let it in, it needs to be further redacted. The first part of the call is not relevant. I'd have to pull it up again, and I can work with them about the parts, and I think the last part. So I think there's some at the beginning that needs to be taken out and some at the end that needs to be taken out. If it's going to come in.
Specific?
On what basis?
Well, if I have it up in front of me again, I can be.
Well, let's have a larger discussion. This was on my to-do list, not necessarily for today, but I've been waiting for defense counsel's final word on the jail calls pursuant to the pending motion regarding the jail calls, and I don't have it yet. At some point, I'll need defense to say what their position is regarding each of the proper jail calls.
Okay.
So this is the one that's coming up now, but at some point we have to come to closure on that issue, so we're not
Understood.
doing it in real time. How do you want to proceed from this point on this call?
If I could just maybe look at it with the state and point out first part and the last part and see if we can agree that that needs to be
That's
out of
fine.
the call.
Okay. Do you want to do that now, Mr. Bloodworth, and then address the other issues? Do you want to do that now and address the other issues during the lunch break?
Well, Your Honor, I think the other issues are going to come up way before lunch.
Understood. Okay.
So let me, if agreeable, let me propose maybe Ms. Lewis and Ms. Shervinack could address that in parallel. Me and other defense counsel can address.
We're fine with that.
Okay. Among the defense team, who is taking lead on Mr. Wright and Mr. Case?
That would be Mr.
I have Mr. Wright, Mr. Ramos has Mr. Case.
Perfect. Sounds like this will work. Okay. Ms. Lewis, would you work with Ms. Shervinack to see if you can reach agreement regarding some further redactions to that particular call, 2-95D?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, that we're not withdrawing our objection, but if it's coming in, that's what we're going to talk about. Is this withdrawal?
You're not withdrawing any of your objections.
No,
Right.
we're not.
I understood.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Bloodworth, the state will be calling Kouri Wright and Josh Case today, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to the court's ruling in order denying state's motion to reconsider and admit excited utterance, there are portions of their proper testimony that have been excluded by the court. There are other portions, though, that I imagine the state's view is should come in under other exceptions to the hearsay rule. Have you, can we just talk about practicalities for a second, had a conversation with Mr. Wright and Mr. Case so they are aware of the limitations imposed by the court?
Yes, Your Honor, I've had that conversation with each of them, and to reinforce it during the examination, I will ask questions kind of in the form of, without saying what Mr. Richins said, you know, what was your impression?
Okay. Will the state be eliciting any testimony about statements made by Eric to either of them?
No, Your Honor. The state will scope its questions to elicit responses about what was their impression of Mr. Richins' demeanor and what, if any, advice did they give Mr. Richins?
Okay. Ms. Nestor, that creates a pretty good safety margin between where the proffer started, and it sounds like where it's coming in terms of making sure that the witnesses don't unintentionally say anything that's excluded by the court. Anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. Okay. That handles that. When's the next time a jail call is going to be offered by the state to your current expectation, Mr. Bloodworth, understanding that this is dynamic?
Your Honor, the next time I anticipate
sitting here today right now
is during Detective O'Driscoll's testimony.
That was my expectation as well. When's he taking the stand?
Your Honor, he will be most likely the state's last witness, probably late Monday, early Tuesday.
Okay. All right. And so the reason we're doing this call now is for proximity to Ms. Bramwell's testimony?
It is, Your Honor. And the state appreciates that the broader set of jail calls is unresolved and kind of anticipating this. We emailed this 2 days ago to defense to kind of start the process of resolving it.
All right. I'm going to give Ms. Shervanek and Ms. Lewis an opportunity to work for a few more minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. So we'll come back at 10:15.
Yes,
Any
sir.
objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're in recess until 10:15. Thank you. One step at a time. Regarding redactions to 2-95D, Ms. Lewis, were you and Ms. Sherbanak able to reach an agreement?
We reached a partial agreement.
Okay, tell me where we stand.
They're going to redact a few lines out at the end of the call, which I don't know. We agreed to redact the things at the end. At the beginning of the call, I believe we should redact everything up until page. Do you have the transcript?
I don't.
I can send it to you.
Sounds good.
If that's helpful.
Yeah.
And Judge, so you know, there have already been some redactions made previous to this discussion for other things that were irrelevant, so those are included already. So you will see some redacted portions of that transcript.
Okay. Whatever you're sending to me, will you copy Ms. Lewis?
I have it.
Same thing at the same time.
Oh, I already sent it to you, and she has it that I sent earlier. It's the same.
Got it. One moment, please. Ms. Lewis, if you would just state page and line numbers from the beginning of the call that you think should be redacted.
I believe it starts at page 2. I believe we should redact starting line 15 on page 2 through line 4 on page 3.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. I'm not sure that short period adds anything, provides any context, has any probative value. What am I missing?
I disagree, Judge. For starters, it does directly from Ms. Richins say what her state of mind is going into this call, her annoyance, and in her tone of voice when you hear it, when you hear the audio, there's frustration there. And it does add quite a bit of context, particularly in the beginning of the call. And then in particular, she says on page 2, starting at line 21, I'm just like so fucking annoyed. Like, what the hell does anything have to do with anything? And that gives context to the rest of the call, because what she's referring to is what does Eric consulting a divorce attorney have to do with me consulting a divorce attorney? Well, she goes on to explain, but that sets up the context for the rest of the call, in addition to her frustration, annoyance that's heard in her voice as well as in her words at the beginning of the call, giving context to the rest of the conversation.
Let's go ahead.
Your Honor, I disagree that that's necessary. I don't think the beginning of the call gives any context to what they're talking about. And if the state just wants the jury to know she's annoyed, she says it numerous times throughout the call. Beginning of page 4, she says, like, what the hell? I know. I just I'm so annoyed by that. She says it numerous times. And yes, you can tell by her tone of voice that she's annoyed. I don't see that the beginning gives any context whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Ms. Lewis. Why aren't we just starting at page 4, line 1?
Well, actually, I think that would make perfect sense. And when Ms. Sherbanak and I were going through this, I actually had asked for more to be redacted, and I compromised a bit. But now that you've reminded me, yes, I actually think it would make sense to start at page 4, line 1.
Where, out of the gate, Ms. Sherbanak, she describes being annoyed, and we go from there.
I disagree, Your Honor. She's talking about the Heber thing on page 3 at line 5. She says beat around the bush. Obviously, what I'm thinking about, she's talking about the Heber thing.
The Heber thing is different than Ms. Bramwell and Ms. Miller.
No.
Tell me how.
The Heber thing directly refers to her meeting with Ms. Bramwell in Heber.
Oh, I don't think that's clear from the text of the call. if I was confused about it, I think there's a pretty good chance the jury would be confused about it.
I disagree.
I know, you've been very clear about that. Anything else?
Just that this is important context for the whole call, and starting it partway through does not give the context that's necessary to understand what starts on page 4 at line 1.
Anything else?
It's relevant, Your Honor.
I understand. Anything else?
No.
Okay. We're going to start the call at page 4, line 1. Anything else, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
The court rules that starting the call at page 4, line 1, and then including the redactions that counsel have agreed to in the body of the call and at the end, provides probative information regarding Ms. Richins' state of mind and backward-looking reflections regarding her consultation with Ms. Bramwell. That probative information, probative value of that information is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any other Rule 403 considerations. With respect to defendant's hearsay objection, Ms. Richins' side of these recorded calls is categorically not hearsay, and the court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider the male voice side of the call for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, they can only consider the statements made by the male on the call for the effect that they had upon Ms. Richins in the conversation. Any further objection, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
In terms of instructing or just providing the jury for context, I'm inclined to tell the jury that Ms. Gibson testified that she preserved some recordings of phone calls involving Ms. Richins. You're about to hear one such phone call. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor. Are we good then to, as we discussed at the bench, have Ms. Shervinack just give the date of the phone call?
No, Your Honor.
It's not in the content, and Ms. Gibson didn't provide that particular piece of foundation, so that would be additive.
Your Honor, if we were to play that portion of the audio of the jail call, it would make it clear that it was a jail call.
Oh, forgive me. I haven't heard or seen the introductory portion of the home wave call. Does it?
Right,
does
Your
it
Honor.
state the date?
Yes, every home wave call begins with a time or date, and then this is a recorded line, and anything you say will be preserved, could be monitored, and admonishments like this.
Is that accurate, Ms. Lewis?
That's accurate, but this takes me back to my initial point is this should have been and typically would be introduced through a witness because the witness could have just said the date and we wouldn't have this problem. I don't think that the state should be testifying to the date.
Right, but if Ms. Gibson had just said, in order to avoid playing any of that for an indisputably authentic call, I will now just list the dates of the calls. Custody in front of the jury. I think it's in fair and necessary balancing to not play the preamble of the call, which would limit your ability to cross-examine Ms. Gibson as to how she knows when the date of the calls, because it's based on that same content. And so I think it's appropriate and does not violate defendant's rights in any way to just state what is undisputed. December 18, 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, that's correct, Your Honor. I also think the date falls, because of the way the calls are labeled, the date falls under Jeremy Thomas's certification as to the authenticity.
I understand. I think you and I see it the same way. It's just a matter of the defense's good faith objection to me providing the information, but given the alternatives, this is the best way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One more
Please.
pragmatic question. Because the court's decision just redacted out the initial part of the demonstrative, it seems to make sense to the state to, at this point in time, as a matter of efficiency, to just kind of fast forward and hit play beginning at page 4, line whatever the court just decided.
Yeah.
Rather than take 15 minutes to redact the exhibit now, and then at the end of the day, we can redact it and clean it all up consistent with the court's ruling.
Is Lewis, you okay with that? You're not waiving any objections?
I understood. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Scott's way ahead of us.
All right. Scott, why don't we take a look at it together? Show me the new version of 2-95D. Well, the text is correct. Scott, let's try the audio.
Yeah, we can't see it. Yeah.
My apologies. Oh, Scott, go ahead. Yeah.
Obviously. What the hell? I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if one party's gonna do it, the other party's probably gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Do you want to fast forward to the end just to confirm, so Ms. Lewis can confirm that the stuff at the end has been redacted out?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not catch anything for reductions at the end.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, if you would work with Scott real quick to make sure that the stuff at the end gets redacted out.
Yes.
Thank you, Scott.
Hey, you used to say it's redact. It's the way it's being offered includes redactions. Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, I have this ready. If everybody'd like to do it again.
Let's do it. Table 2. Okay, if you fast forward to the end, Ms. Lewis, let's make sure that the redactions you spoke with Ms. Shervinack about have been made.
sorry. I have the audio on my speakers. Let me change that over real quick.
Okay.
Obviously.
What'd she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like I said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
That's correct.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shermanack, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms.
No, Your
Nestor? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
All right.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when Ms. Gibson was testifying, she testified that she downloaded and preserved recordings of certain phone calls involving Kouri Richins. You are about to hear one such phone call from December 18, 2023. You may consider Kouri Richins' statements on this recorded call for any purpose. You may not consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call for their truth. Instead, the only purpose you can consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call is for the effect it had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. Scott, let's make sure we are ready to go. Okay. 2-95D is admitted. Please proceed.
Obviously. What the hell? I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if one party's going to do it, the other party's probably going to do it to see what the fuck.
Right? And it's like
common sense.
You know, regarding your side of stuff, nothing came out of that. What came out of the other side?
Exactly.
An illegal transfer, everything.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
A lot came out of that.
Yes, I just went in for a consultation. That was it.
Yep.
So why is that so bad? Am I misunderstanding something?
No, it's just something they're going to try to probably try to hold against you, you know, for no fucking reason. Because
He did it first.
guess what? Yeah, he did it first, and not only did he do it first, like he actually took action on it illegally.
Yes. All I did was, what the hell am I supposed to do? That was literally the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So
It's my right to
that
do.
person's probably going to be right.
And
so that person's probably going to be brought in,
which is perfect, because you know what I told that person?
which is fuck.
I don't want to fill out the packet. I don't want absolutely anything. I want to walk away clean and free. I don't want anything. And she kept advising me, no, that's not how this works. You have to fill this out about da 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 da. And I said, I don't want to. I don't want any of it.
Yep.
That is what I told that lady. I said, I just want these done. And
Yeah,
she argued with me forever. I took the packet, I threw it away. I'm like, no, I won't fill this out because I don't want to have
So-
everything.
I mean, right. So that's perfect and works in favor for you for everything.
Yep.
Nothing.
Yeah,
You know.
I'm just like so fucking annoyed by it though. Like, quit portraying me to be this person.
Yeah.
Anything you're trying to say I did, Eric did. Like, so now they cancel each other out, you fucking idiots. Like,
Yeah.
protecting myself, like,
Yeah, I wouldn't get I would get too worked up about it.
yeah, I'm not, but that just gave me an idea. I am going to ask if she can testify.
Well, that's not really going to matter because she just gets subpoenaed. And to be honest, if their attorneys don't do it, yeah, you're going to.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just annoyed. So I told Mom, I said, "Great."
Because they're going to try to paint this
Uh-huh.
picture. They're going to try to paint this picture and like, oh, no.
Yeah.
No, here she is. What did she ask about? What did you advise her? What did she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They thought, like I said, they thought about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Becky Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could state your name, please, and spell your last name.
My name is Becky Lloyd, Lloyd.
Where do you work?
I work for C&E Stonemasonry.
And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there 5 years.
What is your current role with C&E?
I am currently their estimator.
What's that mean?
It means C&E Stone, we put stone on houses, and my job is to figure out how much we need on those houses.
What was your job back with C&E when you first started with them?
I got hired originally as an admin.
And when was that?
That was in February of 21.
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How long did you know him for?
I met him sometime around 2017.
And what about Kouri Richins? Do you know her?
I do.
And did you meet her around the same time?
Yeah.
In 2021, what was the nature of your relationship with Kouri Richins?
I knew her as a neighbor. I knew her as the mother to my children's friends, and I knew her as my own friend.
I want to turn your attention to December of 2021. Was there a conversation that you had with Kouri Richins in December of 2021 that stood out to you?
Yes.
What was the date of that conversation?
December 17th of 2021.
That's a specific date. Why do you remember that date?
Because I keep a journal and I have photos from that date.
What were you doing that day?
We were doing a Secret Santa gift wrap for C&E Stone. We get presents for families in the neighborhood that don't get a good Christmas, and we were wrapping them to give away.
Now, when you say we, was that who's the we?
Me and Kouri.
Okay, just the two of you then?
Just the two of us while we were wrapping, yeah.
Was there a topic of conversation that came up related to Kouri Richins' marriage?
Yes.
How did that come up?
I had recently gotten divorced a couple months before, 3 months before, and she was asking me how that was going, and I was asking her about how her marriage was going, and her and Eric had a fight that day, so it was definitely on the top of her mind.
What did Kouri say to you?
Kouri had an opportunity to go to a work event of some sort, like a Christmas gala, something like that. And it was going to be a really good opportunity for her career. She was excited about it. At the same time, Eric had booked a sleigh ride with the family for Christmas, a good family activity, and they had a scheduling conflict, and they did not agree about what they should do for that scheduling conflict.
What else did Kouri say during that conversation about her marriage with Eric?
She talked about how she was feeling trapped. She was feeling like there wasn't an easy way forward out of the marriage. She felt like she was worried about her kids. She was worried that she was going to lose them and that Eric was going to take the kids from her and that his family was going to turn the community against her. And she said that in many ways it would be better if he were dead.
What was the tone of Kouri's voice during that conversation?
It was serious. She definitely had a very serious tone. We weren't really joking. It was a very honest conversation and a very heartfelt conversation. And you could tell from her body language that, she was frustrated and she was struggling with where she was at. It was a serious tone.
What was your reaction to Kouri saying it would be better if Eric were dead?
To me, it really signified just how far their marriage was off track and how serious the situation was. And I felt bad for both of them. That's a heavy conversation.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins. First of all, I want to talk to you about how you got the job with C&E.
Absolutely.
Isn't it fair to say that Kouri helped you get that job because you'd just gotten a divorce and she was doing something nice for you?
I would say Kouri helped me get that job. Yes, she let me know that it was available and definitely made sure that I knew that it was an option for me.
And she was the reference for you to her husband, Eric?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And when you were working at C&E, during the time that Eric was alive, Kouri was actually on the payroll, right? She got like a paycheck every couple weeks.
That's true.
Right. And isn't it also true that right after Eric died, she called and said, "Don't send me anymore"?
I believe so, but I am a little fuzzy on that memory.
Okay. But at some point she came off the payroll.
Correct.
Really quick after Eric died.
I would say so.
All right. I want to talk to you about the conversation on December 17th. And this was, as I understand you, Kouri and Eric every year did a Secret Santa project where they gave less privileged people anonymous Christmas gifts, right?
Absolutely.
And so you were there wrapping those gifts?
Yes.
And you were having girl talk?
Yes.
And you're somebody that she trusted?
Yeah.
Because you had confided in her about your marriage?
Correct.
And the fact your husband had been unfaithful?
Correct.
And she felt safe and talking to you about similar things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at this meeting, about, let me look at the date, just 1 minute. A couple of weeks after Eric died, you gave an interview about this conversation you and Kouri had.
Yes.
And you gave it to a private investigator that worked for the family of Eric Richins, right?
I actually don't remember if it was at that time, but I do remember in a meeting with him. Yes.
April 6th of 2022 at your house. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And this gentleman who was not law enforcement, he was a private investigator, right?
Yes.
And he came to your house and you told him about this day that you spent with Kouri, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I assume so.
All right. And isn't it fair that in that first interview, you never mentioned anything about saying it would be better off if Eric was dead, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then you had a second interview almost 2 years later in March of 2024 with the same investigator. Is that right?
Sounds right.
And then the investigator said, wait, I understand you've talked to Katie and there was something you forgot to tell me the first time we met about a statement Kouri made.
That's true.
And what you forgot to tell him was this part about it, he'd be better off dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it fair that in this second interview in 2024, almost 2 years after, you even in that interview told him that you couldn't get on the stand for sure and say that she said that, didn't you?
I do not recall that.
Okay, Katie, can you please play the clip BL1? If we could cue that up and play it for her to hear.
Cue it up. And let's make sure we're all talking about the same thing. My apologies. Do we have a foundation issue here, Ms. Shults?
Yes, I don't know what they're referring to, and if they're seeking to refresh her, then I believe that should be handled slightly differently.
Yeah.
No, I believe she said she didn't say it, so I don't think I need to refresh her. I think I can impeach her at this point.
If you would just approach for a second. Get some water.
I do have water.
If you need more, there's Nick Carafe.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, you do?
Okay. Okay, so would you say the number one more time, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor. We are going to be playing a clip that we have marked. We're not going to admit it. We're just going to impeach with it, but it's BL1.
Okay. And let's see, Katie, let me get you connected here.
And this part, I swear she said it, but I also feel like if you put me on a stand, I would not be confident enough to actually truly know if she said it. But I swear she said, in many ways, it would be better if he just died.
Is that your
Because, and I remember thinking, the reason
is that your voice?
That is my voice.
All right. And you did say that you wouldn't be able to swear to it on the stand, didn't you?
I wouldn't be confident in that. Yes.
Okay. And then if we could play the second clip.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's the conversation we had, and I for sure know she said the trap stuff, and I am 90% sure she said the comment about it being better dead.
Okay, so again, that is the second interview that you had with the investigator. And again, you're saying you can't say for certain that she made that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also never told that statement to the police when you were interviewed by the police, did you? Until later, much later, like 2024.
I don't know if I got interviewed by the police in 2024.
Okay. All right. While you were employed at C&E, which you've testified to, after Eric died, were you instructed to go to the house and pick up some of his private items?
Yes.
And who asked you to go pick up his things?
Your Honor. Scope.
Help me understand. If you would approach Mr. Beck. The objection to outside the scope is sustained.
Ma'am, we are going to ask you some more questions in our case. So I will see you again, and that's all I have for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sherbanek, anything further today?
Yes.
Miss Lloyd, we listened to part of your conversation during one of your previous interviews. And do you recall during the rest of that conversation explaining why you remembered Kouri making that statement?
I do.
What's that explanation for why you remembered that specific statement from Ms. Richins?
Well, as someone who's gone through divorce myself or marital troubles, I know that it is probably somewhat common to have thoughts that aren't necessarily the nicest about your spouse and to have really strong feelings that way. But I was struck because she said it out loud. And some of those thoughts are what you'd call an inside thought sometimes. And it was memorable for me enough that after I met with the private detective, I went and talked to my friends. And without prompting, I said, hey, remember that conversation I told you about? What did I tell you about it? And they were able to confirm exactly what I said in my statement here, because it is a very big deal. And I respect the justice system very much, that I am never going to get on the stand and say something that I don't know as truth.
Are you confident in your testimony today?
I am.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that you were told about this statement by someone else?
No. My testimony is, well, it is very difficult to say such a thing when someone that you care deeply about has been leveled with such charges. It is very difficult. So that is why it didn't come up in the first interview. It is a very difficult position to be here on the stand saying things like this. I don't want to be here. No one has supplied my testimony to me. No one has made me say anything about that. No one has supplied words to me. I know that that happened, and it is unfortunate that it happened because I don't want to be here saying it, but I know that is what was said.
And in fact, the friend you're talking about is Kouri Richins, right?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Didn't you discuss this statement with Kouri Richins, and Katie's the one who sent you to the private investigator?
Katie is the one that made the private investigator aware of it, but that is not who I had the conversation with about it as far as the truth of the statement.
But you did have a conversation with Katie about it.
I did.
Okay. And then you also had a conversation with some other friends who helped refresh your memory about what you might have said?
They confirmed what I said. They did not supply a sentence to me. They did not do anything like that. They just helped me do a hard thing.
Okay. And who did you tell about this statement prior to reporting it, besides your friends and Katie and the private investigator?
What do you mean?
Did you tell anybody else?
I told my friends. I told my partner. I told the investigator, Katie. I don't recall who else.
Okay. And this was all in 2024 when you brought it up to the investigator?
My friend conversation would have been in 2021, right about the exact same, probably within a couple of days of that conversation initially with Kouri.
And you would agree that if Kouri was planning to kill her husband 60 days later, it probably wouldn't be a really smart thing for her to say to you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Now make your objection that the question is complete, Ms. Shervin.
It doesn't matter now.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Say it again, please. I'm so sorry.
If Kouri Richins was planning to kill her husband in about 70 days after she made that statement to you, it wouldn't be a really smart thing to tell someone like you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about that?
Same objection.
Doesn't call for speculate.
It's sustained.
Okay. Did you ever ask Kouri directly, what did you mean when you said that to me on December 17th?
No.
You never gave her the opportunity to explain whether she was just venting, whether she was joking, whether she was serious?
Unfortunately, no.
Right. And you had a long time to do that before you reported it to this investigator, didn't you? As a friend.
I suppose so.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Miss Lloyd, when Kouri Richins told you it would be better if Eric was dead, was she joking?
No.
What was her
speculation, Your Honor?
What was her tone?
Object to speculation.
Hold on, let's pause. Yeah, the question regarding what she was thinking, or was she joking, pardon me, is sustained. Can consider the answer no, because this witness can't know what's in another person's head. You can ask about her demeanor.
Sure. What was her tone of voice?
Serious.
Was she laughing?
No.
Was she smiling?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was joking?
No.
One last question. Were y'all drinking?
We had one beverage. I had one beverage.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. May we allow this witness to step down?
Yes.
All right.
Chief, please advise.
I got it. Thank you. If you're called back, you'll get notice.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage, read any coverage, listen to any coverage about the case.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Please travel safe.
Thank you so much.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state calls Gabe Morren.
Okay. Sir, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Hello,
What, sir, is your name?
Gabriel Morren, Morin.
And what do you do for a living?
I own a restaurant over in Camas.
And sir, is that the Mirror Lake Diner?
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned it?
Almost 13 years.
Do you operate it as well?
Yeah.
Scott, can I get 8.6 or 8-6, please?
Can you see that on the screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, if you can please scroll down. We'll go back to the top. Sir, do you recognize these records?
I do.
Are these records made at the time of the transaction?
Yes.
And is it your business's regular practice to make these records?
Yeah, I mean, there's some, at the time of an order, the table is created, whether it's a to-go order or someone physically in the restaurant. And then when the card is actually swiped, then the table's closed.
Okay, so we're going to get into that. I just need to lay a little bit of foundation to admit them, then we're going to publish them.
Okay.
But do you keep these records as
Your
a
Honor,
regular?
We don't object, but it's fine to come in.
States 8-6 is admitted.
Thank you. Let's publish them, please, Scott, Your Honor. Scott, if you can, let me see here. Okay, so generally, what are we looking at?
So at 9:07, Megan is our employee. I believe this was a to-go order that was called in.
Okay.
And then, it was paid for in person at the time of pickup. $10 was written on gratuity, then $41.39 was a total charge.
So does this reflect a receipt from a called-in order at your diner on April the 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
And the card entry method there, is that for swipe?
Yeah.
And then the card was present, that's what that's telling us?
Yep.
Signature at the bottom, normal receipt that we've all seen all the time, always?
Yeah.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Is this portion of the document that we're looking at now?
Okay, so this is Megan's checkout. This would be at the end of her shift. And this is like a breakdown of credit cards, whether MasterCard, Discover, cash sales, and that kind of stuff.
And then Scott, if you can go down to the third document. Can you embiggen that top part? Thank you. And then, sir, what is this?
Okay, so this is an audit of that particular order. So you can see the timeline on the left side. So at 8:55, it says a Greek omelet, quinoa salad, bagel sandwich with hash browns, and then Kouri is typed in. So at 8:55, an order was placed. At 9:07, the food was ready. 9:07, payment was applied. And then at 10:50, adjusted payment. So the server has some leeway as to when they actually adjust their tips. I mean, before they're into their shift, they're going to go through all their sales and adjust tips. Some servers wait till the end of the day. At 11 o'clock on Valentine's, we weren't very busy, so she did it during the day.
Sir, why the name Kouri?
because there's a phone in to go order. So, we don't take credit cards over the phone unless we really need to, but, we do enough to go orders that we want a name associated with it so we don't get the orders mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
You and I've met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor. I represent Kouri Richins.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to what the Exhibit 8.6 that the state just went over with you, and if we could go to the last page. Can you go to the next page, the very last, that page, and then blow it up? And can we publish, Your Honor? It's in.
Yep.
Okay. So could we please highlight the bagel sandwich and the Greek omelet? Now, I've visited your diner. You guys have had similar menu items for a long time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You're pretty familiar with your food?
Yeah, we haven't changed the Greek omelet since day one.
Okay, what's in the Greek omelet?
Feta, spinach, Kalamata olives, 2 eggs, spinach.
And it's an egg omelet.
Yes.
I don't know if there's another kind,
Yeah.
but just in case. All right. And so that is just the egg dish itself, right? It's not a sandwich.
No, it does come with a choice of hash browns or a country potato. You can modify that and do a quinoa salad, which is what happened in this case.
Okay. So they switched out the hash browns for the quinoa salad.
Yeah, so there's an upcharge for that, but like you could get soup instead of hash browns. So
great.
So your side.
And then what's in the bagel sandwich?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, avocado, and tomato.
All right. And it's on what type of bagel?
Just a New York plain water bagel.
All right. And is there mayonnaise or anything on it?
Nope.
So it's a fried egg?
Typically over hard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, over hard. Yeah, fried egg over hard.
Over
So it's
hard.
Over
I'm
hard.
sorry.
So not runny.
Got it. So it's fried egg over hard.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And then pepper jack cheese.
All right.
Yeah.
And when you get that ready for to-go order, how do you package it?
It's because it's with hash browns, it'd be in a styrofoam box.
And it's a hot sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't want to eat an egg sandwich cold.
Right.
That'd be kind of gross. Right?
Debatable, but
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe a cold egg sandwich.
We do a lot of to-go that okay, that's what they want.
Okay. But you give it to them hot.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. And I'm sorry, just to refresh my memory again, the ingredients on the bagel sandwich are
2 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over hard, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, about a quarter of sliced avocado, and typically 2 slices of tomato.
Okay.
And then the bagel itself.
All right.
Toasted.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm almost done. Just 1 second, okay? And just to be clear, the time that was on the stamp says 8:55 a.m. Can we bring that up one more time?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand what that time means. Is that the time of the order or the time it was picked up?
When it was ordered. So it was called in at 8:55.
All right.
And then it was physically picked up and paid for at 9:07.
Perfect. And 9:07 in the morning.
Yeah, it's
It's breakfast.
well, it says a.m., so that's
Okay,
I'm going with it.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
So you can step down. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, who's next?
Your Honor, the state calls Josh Kays. Your Honor, I apologize. I understand he's at the other building right now.
Oh,
maybe we can take 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's let you stretch your legs. No harm in that. Please rise for the jury. Council will be in recess until 11:25. Thank you.
All right. Very interested in that. The fact that all that food talk making me hungry. The bagels. Excuse me. Sorry. I should have muted. Sorry. I hope that didn't kill your ears. Clearing my throat. Hold on one second. I want to thank everybody. Texas Lone Ranger, Dean Walker, Julia Gulia. Finally get to thank you. Like I said, I was looking for you the other day to thank you, but you weren't around. So Salt Lake City has a population of 226,000 people and about 1,600. That's a generous estimation. I also read 1,500 of those people are Jewish. So we were talking about, we had a Black woman on the stand, and we were, someone was remarking in the chat as saying he was a Black man and he was shocked to see a Black woman on the stand in Utah. And I was going into the history with the Mormons and their religion, because Utah is so heavily, this area is so heavily Mormon, that they thought that Black people had the mark of Cain, very like a very racist kind of origins to why we don't see more Black Mormons or any Black Mormons, really. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a Black Mormon. I'm sure they exist. But they did have that, you know, originally in their religion, that it was a negative thing. So very racist origins there. Luckily, they've dropped that out of their religion. So pretty damning. I thought that woman who worked at Eric's company, the masonry company, to be a very good witness. That's like how you deal with a cross-examination. I don't know how you guys felt. I thought she was very believable. I mean, I thought she withstood cross-examination. I love when they do that thing, defense attorneys. So people just naturally talk, especially if you're mourning the loss of someone. And you're trying to figure out what happened. There's an odd death, unusual death, a murder would someone dies unnaturally young. People talk, and you see, if you've been following this channel, we see defense attorneys exploit that. Who did you talk to about your testimony? And I love the way she answered. It was such a great example of how to withstand cross-examination. She's like, yeah, I did mention that Kouri Richins said she wished her husband were dead, but it had nothing to do with what I heard. The fact that I told Eric Richins' sister that. I thought that was really well done. And not hostile, not combative, just calm. You have to stick up for yourself. These lawyers on both sides of the fence. So they're taught to control everything. Will manipulate you on the stand. You have to get your message across. We, I haven't. Hopefully, we can go over it tonight. But I have not gotten to the second half of Josh Grossman's testimony. I think it's worth going over all those text messages because I don't think people got to read them. It became tiresome to read one after the other. So even though it's kind of a pain for me to read them all out, I think it's necessary. So we're about halfway through that. But there is a time where the judge says to him, they took a break because he was crying. This is Josh Grossman, the other man we're talking about. The man Kouri Richins was having an affair with before she murdered her husband, Eric Richins. You can go to another channel if you want to hear people say was alleged to have done or is accused of doing. She hasn't been convicted yet. I'm just telling you from my point of view what I think happened. You can make up your own mind. But she was having an affair with this guy who really looked a lot like him. It's odd when that happens, right? You saw that with Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel and Jeffrey Lacasse. Audrey found her believable. I did too. And likable, but it's hard to be really unlikable on the stand. You have to really work at it. That's what I'm finding out. People are generally on their best behavior on the stand. But these lawyers are taught that the question is everything and the answer doesn't matter. So that basically what you're doing is you're testifying essentially with your questions to the jury. You're getting the jury to think about what you want them to think about with your questions. And you're hoping that the answers don't matter too much. However, when I was a juror, so it was a child predation case, child molestation case. I guess I can talk more freely now. And it was the young teenager. She was a teenager now, but she was molested by her grandmother's husband from age 4.5 to 8 years old. And there was a part of her testimony where she talked about, so she came in at 16 and testified against him. And we were told during jury selection that there was very little evidence. Really, it was very much like he said, she said. These are not, child molestation. It's not going to be a lot of evidence. It's really who you believe. And he did testify, the defendant, and he got convicted. The first vote was 11-1 guilty. But she mentioned, it just made such a big impression on me in her testimony. She talked about, I guess this is going to get graphic. I may trigger some people. I don't like to do trigger warnings, but I do want to put out a trigger warning if anyone's sensitive to this kind of stuff. Maybe turn off. I'll change subject in about a minute or two. Come back in about a couple minutes. But she talked about his head being between her legs as a child and the roughness of his stubble.
500-139. Let's invite the jury back in, please.
All right, I don't want to talk over the judge, but that was just a detail that I didn't think that many other jurors keyed in on. And she was put through a really serious cross-examination. They were asking her, maybe she got these ideas from watching MTV. I don't know. They didn't really...
Please have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, may we invite Mr. Kays into the courtroom, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kays, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What, sir, is your name?
Joshua Kays.
Is your last name spelled Kaze?
Yes,
Sir, did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
I met Eric probably in 2014 through some mutual friends. Hung out with him a couple times, and then started working in Park City in 2016 for a builder, and Eric Richins was a subcontractor that I worked with quite a bit from 2016 on.
Aside from a business professional relationship, did you have a personal relationship with Eric?
Yeah, so after I started working in Park City, him and I became friends pretty quickly. I played on some of his recreational sports teams. We both liked camping and hunting, so we kind of hit it off on that front. And I think starting 2017, we started hunting together quite a bit each fall.
And would you take trips together to hunt?
Yeah, I think we went to Idaho on some trips 2 or 3 times. Went to Colorado on a trip once, and then a number of times here in Utah.
Are those hunting trips, pack hunting trips, where you pack in, hunt, pack out?
Mixture of both. We'd, hike in a lot. I think we went on some that were pretty grueling. Idaho and the Frank Church Wilderness was a pretty grueling experience. Our last one that we went on together in Colorado ended up being pretty physically demanding, but it was a mixture of sleeping out. Sometimes we'd sleep in trailers, all the above.
Either professionally or personally, in the last few years of Eric's life, how often would you speak with him?
I'd say probably at least every other week. We had a lot of jobs going with Eric and his company. And so we would speak a lot about that. And then obviously in the fall, we would get to speak quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of the hunting trips we went on, it was just him and I on quite a few of them. So, talk a lot on those hunts as well.
Do you get to know your hunting buddy pretty well when you're out packing with him?
Yeah, especially if it's just you two. There's nobody else to talk to. So, yeah, I think you get to know him pretty well, and in those situations, especially.
What was Eric like personally?
He was very kind of outgoing, confident, fun person to be around. He's just kind of magnetic personality. Obviously not shy. I'd say competitive, especially in sports that we played. He was extremely dependable. One of the best subcontractors I've ever had. If you asked him to do something he didn't forget, it was always done. Every time he said he would be somewhere or get something done, he always got it done. He was very, very responsible and good that way.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
No.
Have you ever seen him use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use illicit drugs?
No.
Have you ever observed any indication that Eric used drugs?
No.
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric Richins at about 2:11 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022?
I do.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
It was notable, I think, for a couple reasons, but the main reason was just the topics of the things we talked about, but also the emotion, I guess. It was unlike any other conversation I'd had with Eric. Mostly just kind of his spirits felt almost like somber, and anybody that knows Eric, most of the time you would call and he would already be talking upbeat, and this one was a lot different.
How did he sound to you?
Like I said, somber would be maybe a way to describe it. Very serious. Maybe sincere, which can be is a little like, especially for friends that joke around a lot and kind of rib each other quite a bit, which we did. It was just very outside the norm.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
No.
Based on what Eric said to you, and without saying anything that Eric said, did you offer Eric any advice?
I don't know that I would say advice other than maybe like questions, like suggestions and questions was my response.
What questions did you ask Eric?
Chad, can we approach?
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Case, let me ask you 3 yes or no questions, okay? Based on that conversation, did you ask Eric Richins if he was okay now?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric if he was going to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric, what are you going to do about it?
Yes.
Sir, after that call with Eric Richins, did you speak to anybody else about that call?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I talked to my wife that night about it. And then a day or two later told a mutual friend, actually two different mutual friends of mine and Eric's.
Did there come a time after Eric's death when you spoke about this call with Kouri Wright?
Yes.
Did Kouri Wright have a similar call with Eric Richins?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
When you spoke with Kouri Wright about this call, did Kouri Wright say anything inconsistent with your call with Eric Richins?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kays, you are free to go. Please travel safely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach on schedule then?
Of course. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Chelsea Barney.
Ms. Barney, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Chelsea Barney.
Is your last name spelled Barney?
Yes,
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know
We've been friends for about 20 years.
her? When did you first meet?
Ninth grade, junior high, high school.
And have you stayed friends that whole time?
Yes.
How often do you speak or did you speak with Kouri Richins?
All the time. Well, sometimes every day, sometimes every other. I mean, all the time.
How often would you see her?
Couple times a week. When we got busy with kids, sometimes once a month. It just kind of depends on schedule at that time.
Would you travel together?
Yeah, I traveled sometimes with her. Yeah.
Did you consider her your best friend?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the fact that the defendant obtained a $250,000 home equity line of credit on the home that she lived in?
Yes.
When did you learn of that?
We were on a vacation to Sun Valley, and she had told me about it.
Who were you on that vacation with?
Some of our other friends.
Was that vacation in October of 2020?
Yes.
Maybe the first weekend of October of 2020?
Yes.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about that?
She had said that Eric was mad at her and had turned off her credit cards because he found out she took a loan out on the house, and asked if we could pay for the trip, and she would reimburse us when she could.
Did Kouri Richins say what she did with that $250,000?
She used it to buy a house to flip and sell.
Scott, can we get 2-2D, please? Now, Scott's going to scroll through it, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, is that an October 14th? Is that an accurate depiction of an October 14th, 2020 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Are you the blue bubbles and, no, it's the opposite, right? Is Kouri Richins the blue bubbles and you the green bubbles?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-2D.
No objection.
States 2-2D is admitted.
Ma'am, did Kouri Richins ever tell you whether she had paid back that home equity line of credit?
Yes.
What did she say?
I don't really recall, just that the house she flipped made money. I mean, I didn't really ask much about how much she made or didn't make, and she said she paid him back.
Did there come a time at the end of February 2022 when Kouri Richins mentioned to you something about a cervical cancer scare?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
We were at a friend's brunch, and she was waiting for a call from her doctor, and she received that call at the brunch, and she had said that her doctor had mentioned that she possibly had cervical cancer and had to go in for a biopsy.
Were you present when Kouri Richins called Eric about that?
Yes.
What did she say to Eric?
She just told him just what the doctor said and that she had to go on for a biopsy.
How did Eric react?
He acted concerned, but kind of was, let's not overreact until we know for sure type of thing.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Kouri Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Eric Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Did you know him to use pain pills at all?
No.
Scott, can I get 2-108, please? Ma'am, if you could read down that kind of timestamp, party, and description columns. Oh, sorry. Scott, can you bring up 2-108D as in Delta? Ma'am, do you, oh, I'm sorry, we're still going.
No, that's.
Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that as an accurate depiction of a March the 7th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
And is she in blue and you in green?
Oh yeah, it's May 7th though.
May 7th? Sorry, May 7th.
Yeah, I'm in green, she's in blue.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-108 Delta.
No objection.
2-108D is admitted.
Oh yeah. From the friend. It is. It's just effing crazy. My attorneys have been talking all day about it. They're saying if it's poisoning, this is Kouri, that means he overdosed on it by accident because he doesn't do drugs, obviously. He said they have no evidence of either of us having anything to do with it. Somehow it got into his calls and autopsy. Attorneys for everything and try to close this S out. I'm not going to read the swear words. Okay, guys. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's nuts. They say poisoned and automatically jump to murder. Like, no, that's ridiculous. Guarantee that comes straight from you still have to answer by Monday.
Ma'am, turning now to the morning of Eric Richins' death.
Mhm.
How were you informed of his death?
Lisa, Kouri's mom, called me.
And what did you do upon receiving that phone call?
I went up to her house.
Did you discuss what happened with Kouri Richins that morning?
To who? I don't know what you mean.
Did Kouri Richins explain to you anything about Eric Richins' death?
Oh, yeah.
What did she say?
Just that she went to bed with one of the boys and woke up, went back in the room and realized Eric was cold and realized he wasn't breathing.
Did she say anything to you regarding whether they had a drink that evening?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they were celebrating the closing of a job she had and they had a drink together.
Were you present in November of 2022 when Kouri Richins had a phone call with her attorneys about the night of Eric Richins' death?
I don't recall.
Were you present for a phone call that Kouri had in November 22 where she said that Eric was on the phone with people in Mexico about hunting when she went into Ashton's bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
And is that about the right time period, November of 2022?
I honestly can't remember the month, but I remember that being there in that conversation.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 2-45 Delta, please? Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange you had on March the 15th, 2022 with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 245D and publish.
No objection.
245D is admitted.
Okay, I just tried Chels so fucking hard to save him. His lifeless body on my floor. I couldn't read the whole thing. Up. How do you think the jury's going to read this? I can't even imagine, friend. I can't. And no matter what people say, you're going to feel different. But I don't think there was anything that could have been done. It was not, I didn't say. I can't even imagine what you're going through. Up. Where he writes back, I'm okay. To get this stuff over to my attorney. Thanks, though, Chels. Give me a few days. How is it all going? Okay. Just let me know if you need anything with the boys, you anything you can call and just chat too. Fucking nightmare. I hired the law firm that represents the Jazz. It cost me $100K. I will fucking win. Not take from me what is mine. Oh, I just can't believe they are falling through all of it. How fucking heartless have you asked me to back off?
Counsel, would you approach just briefly for a moment?
Any way I can. I love you too.
We need to break for lunch. We're going to do that now. During the lunch break, please do not talk about anything related to the case. Please do not watch, listen, or read any coverage of the case. Please don't do any research about the case. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, we are on lunch. So, thanks, Audrey, for doing that. I appreciate it. I don't.
Ms. Barney.
Yes.
We're going to come back on the record at 1 p.m. Between now and then, you're free to go.
Okay.
As long as you come back, ready to go at 1.
Okay.
No matter where you go, whether you stay, whether you go, please don't talk to anybody about your
They're going to cut off.
Okay.
Okay. Just
Very
telling
good.
her not to talk to anyone.
We'll be in recess
We all
until
know
1
this
p.m.
by heart. Having the sound up, the sound for this. He's saying, "Don't run into any." If you see the jury run the other way. Oh, really? Sorry. Oh, I thought. Oh, okay. Maybe my volume was down. Sorry. Sorry, Susan. How annoying of me. Is the audio bad today? I didn't have any problem with my. I think they kind of turn it on and off. Yeah, I didn't know. I'll tell you, it's so boring. I won't even bother with my whole setup here. But it's my setup for my microphone and stuff that I'm listening to. It was just down. And I assume that they turned the courtroom volume down like they have been doing. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Ay, ay, ay. So let's go back. I want to go back to that one comment that I couldn't read, but before I do, I have to answer just a quick question because it was just like too much to type. I hate the limit on the guess I'm too verbose. But the limit in the chat on the word, sometimes it's hard when you're trying to explain something long. I don't know if she's even still here, but let me make sure she's still here or not for lunch. Is Denise still here? She's asking about Karen Reed's health. I don't want to explain it if she's not here. I think maybe she went to lunch. Just let me know if you're still here and I'll explain what's going on with Karen Reed's health. Very interesting that Kouri Richins is faking woman cancer. Oh, you wrote a song about Kouri Richins, John? Yeah, like it's so, I love Suno. That's what I used to write my songs. Yeah, I just do the, yeah, I'm sorry for everybody who didn't want me to read you just can't please everybody. But 71%, 80%, that's pretty much, it's a good majority there. Let's go back a little bit, shall we? Just remind me, how can I do this in a way? Well, it's for a half hour, right? We're gone for a half hour. I just want to go back to that one comment where she's blaming it on, and I couldn't read it. Here we go. Let me just go back.
We'll be in recess until 1 p.m.
Oh, I know what happened there. Okay. All right. I knew what happened there. Oh, I figured it out. Oh, that was an annoying mistake. Sorry. That must have been so annoying. I was a little behind. Let me go back to the actual Kouri Richins trial. Hold on one sec. Yeah, let's go to her these text messages. And I'll read them out in a way that's not so annoying. Oh, I hate making errors like that. I really do. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is. It's all just F. So this is why I'm reading out the swear words, because sometimes she does F and then asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Crazy. My attorneys have been talking to me all day about it. They're saying if it's poisoning, that means he overdosed on it by accident. Obviously, because obviously I didn't kill him, guys. Okay, let me start again. Oh, yeah, it is. It's all just effing crazy. My attorneys have been talking to me all day about it. They're saying if it's poisoning, that means he overdosed on it by accident, obviously because he doesn't do drugs. He says they have no evidence of either of us having anything to do with it. So somehow it got into his system. We should get the cause of death and autopsy this week. And then my attorneys are going to push for everything and try to close this shit out. Oh, awesome. Thanks, friend. I think she ran over and grabbed it. New text message. Yeah, it's nuts. They say poisoned and automatically jump to murder. Like, no, that's ridiculous. And guarantee that came straight from Amy and Katie once but she writes once heard that. Do they still have to answer by Monday? So this is her friend talking to Kouri Richins. Like, obviously, no. I mean, you didn't kill him.
Ma'am, turning now to the morning of Eric Richins' death. How were you informed of his death?
Lisa, Corey's mom, called me.
And what did you do upon receiving that phone call?
I went up to her house.
Did you discuss what happened with Kouri Richins that morning?
To who? I don't know what you mean.
Did Kouri Richins explain to you?
Very unusual eyes. Are those contacts? Are those her real eyes?
Anything about Eric Richins' death?
Oh, yeah.
What did she say?
Just that she went to bed with one of the boys and woke up, went back in the room and realized Eric was cold and realized he wasn't breathing.
Did she say anything to you regarding whether they had a drink that?
I mean, it's interesting that the way that she told the story is the most important thing is that she has an alibi for that time period. Well, didn't you hear him struggling to breathe? No, I was in the other room with the boys. Most people would start that story from, I came into the room and he was cold. And then because I had been one of the boys had a nightmare, so I'd been in that. So when I came in, he was cold, and it would be mostly about finding your beloved husband dead in bed. And you would immediately get shut down and do anything to try to save him, no matter how long he'd been dead. And what's very compelling testimony we heard in this trial is the paramedics were saying he'd been dead a long time. So this whole Moscow Mule at 9 o'clock, I think she's played with the timeline. I'm not sure when, but he'd been dead quite some time. I mean, Kouri Richins is talking about on the body cam footage that he was heavy. Was he in rigor mortis at that time? And then she's complaining to her friends that she pounded on his chest and was giving him CPR. She never gave him CPR. They love fooling people about this CPR nonsense. Something Marty Tankleff, who murdered his parents, I feel, my opinion, Arlene and Seymour Tankleff, from the years of research I've done looking at the transcripts and appeals documents. And it was very hard to find. Check out that episode. A lot of work went into it. I heard from Marty Tankleff's lawyer after that episode. He wanted to come on and debate me. And I was like, okay. I was a little intimidated to debate a lawyer, but I felt very confident that, as the jury did, the facts of the case, and it was reversed on a technicality. And when they decided not to retry Marty Tankleff, Andrew Cuomo, who wrote that he should no way be looked at as innocent and deserves no compensation money, but that didn't stop him from cleaning up with millions in compensation money. But so I said to the attorney, sure, like, come on. And then he started like hedging and hawing and being like, well, it's been a long time. This is Marty Tankliff's civil attorney who represented him in all these LOL wrongful conviction lawsuits. Started hemming and hawing, like, I don't know the case as well as I used to, blah, blah, blah. I was like, wow, finally someone from the other side wants to debate. Never happened. Never happened.
Good evening.
Yes.
What did she say?
That they were celebrating the closing of a job she had and they had a drink together.
Were you present in November of 2022 when Kouri Richins had a phone call with her attorneys about the night of Eric Richins' death?
I don't recall.
Were you present for a phone call that Kouri had in November 22 where she said that Eric was on the phone with people in Mexico about hunting when she went into Ashton's bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
And is that about the right time period, November of 2022?
I honestly can't remember the month, but I remember that being there in that conversation.
Thank you.
Oh, Denise, you're here. Okay. So let me just tell you very quickly what's up with Karen Reed's health. She says she has MS. She got lesions on her brain that were found to be totally benign after she paid to go to get second opinions. I believe she was re-victimizing John O'Keefe because his sister, John O'Keefe's sister, died of a brain tumor. But she's still fishing that out at her bail hearing that she had a brain tumor. She didn't have a brain tumor. It was already deemed just like a nothing burger. They said that she had her whole colon removed. This is what David Yannetti said at her arraignment bail hearing. She had her colon resectioned. The colon is very long. So she had parts of it resectioned. She has her colon. She does not have a colostomy bag, despite what you might read in Michael Proctor's text messages. She's never looked sick a day in her life. She called into court sick one day, and that was when John O'Keefe's niece, who I believe was the source of tension in that relationship, just from the evidence and the text messages between them, where Karen Reed's calling the kids, meaning John O'Keefe's niece and nephew, who he raised after his sister died of a brain tumor, fathered, parented, became guardian of. She said the kids make things toxic with us. It's not me making things toxic. It's the kids. And she told Brian Higgins, who was a friend of John O'Keefe's, who she kissed and was making moves on, that she had 10 colon cancer surgeries because his father died of colon cancer. But she had no such thing. And it's a very curious fact that John O'Keefe's friend, Jennifer McCabe, also has a MS, and that was their bond. But she will seek out and go to doctors that she will pay for a second opinion, third opinion type thing. My opinion on it is that she uses health to manipulate people and re-victimize them and get them in a, on the back foot in a submissive position. emotionally or otherwise. You know, sick people can have a lot of power. Can't be mean if someone's sick, right? So you'll see, you know, I see a lot of YouTubers, you know, can use their health like that to manipulate their audience.
Scott, can you bring up 2-45 Delta, please?
Susan, never about you. Like, I understand the impulse. Like, you want to be open with your audience, but some people, you know, will use it. Not you, Susan. Not you. You're perfect, Susan. At least in the chat. At least in the chat. I just want to do this correctly. So what happened was, oh, should I even tell people this? It's so embarrassing. So I had open my chat. So I was reading from the wrong. So I'm behind the live feed. That's why that happened. Because I had opened up a window. Let me just close that out just while I'm thinking of it. If I'm here, I may not be able, I do have sometimes real life issues come up. I have to walk away for a second. I always have an earpiece in. I'm always listening, at least half listening. But so I had it up like this. I had my own feed up. And I was reading it from my own feed, which is behind the actual live feed. So how annoying for you guys again. Ay. So let's try to get through this. We're not in court yet, right? Let me double check. I don't want to miss anything. To me, this is interesting. This is the kind of testimony I love personally. I love the friends. I love the family in these court cases. Yeah, we're still good. We're still good. So I enjoy this kind of, even if I didn't particularly warm to this witness, this wouldn't have been someone, I mean, I wouldn't want a friend who reacted like, you got to be kidding me. They're accusing you of murder. I wouldn't want to, let me move this back. I wouldn't want a friend who reacted like that. I was accused of murder.
Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange you had on March the 15th, 2022 with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 245D and publish.
No objection.
245D is admitted.
Yeah, if you don't know, all of Aiden Carney's text messages, or a lot of them, I can't say they're all, I don't know. A lot of the text messages between Aiden Carney and Karen Reed have been put out into the public domain. I'm hoping nobody sat on these while the trial was going on. I mean, it's so important if people have stuff to put it out into the public domain. That might be helpful to the O'Keeffes. And the O'Keefe family wrote, that lawyer, Mark Diller, wrote a banging submission for the civil case which has a hearing tomorrow. If I can, it looks like it might be, they're talking about people going to the courthouse to support Karen Reed. So I'm assuming that it's not on Zoom. But if it is on Zoom, then it's going to be, then, I'll show it either way. If I can show it, if they're allowing people to show the hearing, I will be showing it. I understand some people played the video after they asked us not to broadcast it. Some people broadcast just the audio. To me, and I think it's pretty clear when they say don't broadcast, they don't mean broadcast the audio. They don't mean broadcast the video. They mean don't broadcast it. And I like to respect our courts. My channel comes second to the legal, to the rules of the legal, to the legal system. I can't even imagine, friend. I can't. And no matter what people say, you're going to feel different. But I don't think there was anything that could have been done. It was an unexpected thing. I don't even know what to say. I can't even imagine what you're going through. Do you want me to come up? I'm okay. I need to get stuff over to my attorney. Thanks, though, Shells. So this is Chelsea, Barney, Kouri Richins' friend. Give me a few days. And Chelsea writes, how is that all going? So Chelsea's in green, Kouri Richins is in blue. Okay, just let me know if you need anything with the boys. Anything you can call and just chat too. Fucking nightmare. I hired the law firm that represents the Jazz. It cost me $100K. Isn't that interesting? That it's the money that bothers her. I mean, I know lawyers are expensive. Believe me. I will fucking win. They will not take from me what is mine. Isn't this interesting text? If the jury is not paying attention to this text, it is so telling. What a mistake not to pay attention. So if I'm accused of murdering my husband, whom I loved, first of all, I may be pissed off of the cost. I mean, that would be like the final injustice. It's like, not only did I not kill my husband, but now I have to pay to defend myself. But she thinks this is something you can win. If you're falsely accused of murder, you win, you lose either way. If you win, you still lose. It still cost you money. It still took time from your life, took time away from your kids and grieving your husband. So that's telling. They will not take from me what is mine. What is hers? Her money, her freedom? They've already, right? The normal reaction is they are wrong. They're going down the wrong road. My husband, if someone wouldn't you think someone poisoned him? Where did he go before he came here? Who was in contact with him? Is there a random serial killer out on the loose in Salt Lake City? I mean, to me, this is like some of the most damning evidence in the whole trial. If you've lived life, if you know how human beings There's a spectrum of normalcy, of reaction. And this is way off the spectrum. There's a stoic reaction. There's a falling apart reaction. But all in that is anger at being falsely accused. You're pissed off when you're falsely accused. And all you can think of is different ways you could prove it. But also in that is that she wouldn't know what happened to her husband. She would be desperately trying to find out. Now, if I were the defense, and I think they did try to do this in cross-examination of the guy who worked in the medical examiner's office, who Kouri Richins called, I would be trying to frame those calls like, here's a widow who's trying to find out what happened to her husband. She's not familiar with these drugs, LOL. But do you know what I'm saying? That would be one of the best things that they could try to manipulate, is those weirdo controlling phone calls that Kouri Richins made around, trying to figure out what evidence they had against her. They will not take from me what is mine and what I worked my ass for. She means my ass off for. They won't. Thanks, friend. I love you. I knew this was a significant text. Really telling. These are the kinds of things that I will tell you, like I was talking about when I was a juror, the one time I've been a juror, which is funny. I found the old post. I think someone commented on it just like a couple months ago. Right. I showed my jury duty. It's kind of a confusing picture because I put another letter over the address and they're like, where's this weird postmark coming from? That was really the other letter I had over my address. Anyway, I said, like, how long will I be? How quickly will I be kicked out of jury duty? 5 minutes, 50 minutes, 5 seconds. Pretty much everyone agreed, including me, it would be like 5 seconds. And I ended up being the only one picked in my group of 50 for the jury. And these kind of small details, really, like this kind of thing, combined with, we didn't have heavy, this is a child molestation case. There isn't a lot of evidence left. That was reported years later, came out, years later after the grandmother divorced her husband. But this is what I would be talking about in the jury room. I would say it's this, it's all the other evidence, and then there's this. Who reacts like this? She's mad about the money it will cost her. She's concerned with winning very much. Like this is a game to win. Do you hear my cat crying? I don't know if you do with all the, but yeah, terrible. I just can't believe they are following through with all of it. How fucking heartless can you be? Look, the friend is picking up on something Kouri Richins isn't, which is not only did you lose your husband tragically, the father, your soulmate, the father of your 3 boys, not only are your children, they just have a giant hole that never will heal for the rest of their life with this, just a wound that just doesn't heal. But now they may have their mother taken from them, not in the same way, but who wants to take their kids to visit their mother in prison? Have you asked Katie to back off? I'm just shocked. I'm sorry, friend. I will help in any way I can. I love you too. Right. So the friend is saying, I would be going to the family saying, I didn't do this. Why do you think I did this? I don't know where you're getting this from, but if someone killed Eric, it wasn't me. What did he do before he got to the home? Where did he eat? Who did he come in contact with? But you know those are all dead ends if you murdered him. So she's just going to make it seem like that's just such a really telling text message.
Counsel, would you approach just briefly?
She means she's concerned about the money she spent. She's concerned about winning.
Break for lunch. We're going to do that now related to the case.
Okay, so here we are. It's 3 p.m. We have 20 minutes. I'm going to boot myself out and come back in. My StreamYard is doing this odd thing that it's doing lately where I can't actually see the screen. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's share the screen. I'll show you. We're still at lunch. We had about 20 minutes left till the end of lunch. How's everybody else feeling? Do you hate it? Do you hate it, Audrey? If you hate it, you don't have to do it. I don't know. I mean, if someone desperately wants to be a backup moderator, let me know, and thinks that they could be good at it, let me know. I think you can handle it. I think everyone's pretty well behaved. It just was a little frightening to me this morning when I came back from getting some coffee and there's upset. People are hooking up on this chat. There's love connections being made in the chat. Is this true? Did you hear my cat? That's funny. He has food. He's just very talkative. And the door is open, so he has everything he needs. Man, I fell down the stairs yesterday. I haven't done that in a long time. Has anyone fallen down the stairs recently? Like did it. Like just did it. Oh boy. And my foot is all swollen. All right. I'm limping today, limping around. I mean, these messages are really explosive. Next to go down is Chris Albert's business. I mean, it was just such an operation. Aidan Carney was being CC'd on lawyers' text messages. They're talking about don't communicate here, communicate on Signal. If you could recover those Signal chats, that would be amazing. That'd be, holy cow, I can't even imagine. But really pleased for the O'Keefe family. I want to thank Charlene. I want to thank Tammy, NB, for those are all the people who bought me a cup of coffee. I really appreciate it recently. Great way to support the channel. Also Venmo, another great way. Hello, Kitty. Oh, thank you, Francesca. No, it was like really not artful. It was not artful. Luckily, I have a cushiony behind. Can I do Zelle? Do I have Zelle? I have, what do I have? Do I have a Zelle account? I have Venmo. I don't know. Do you do Venmo? What's this Venmo different than Zelle, Julia? Oh, wow. Tammy, thank you. Shelley, thank you. I'm late. Also, people who donated via Venmo. It's in the link. Oh, you don't do Venmo? What is Bell? Maybe I'll look at Bell. I don't know. I try to give a couple different ways. I think I do have Zelle. Yeah, that's awfully. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't do Zelle. But this is a nice break. There's a very shocking news out of the UK, and I'm gonna probably shock everyone, but I think that there's a real miscarriage of justice happening now as we speak. A real wrongful conviction about to happen, to just like the All Story Simon case in Chicago, which was used. They elicited a false confession from All Story Simon after he was up for days smoking crack. It's a very complicated story how they did that to get a very guilty Anthony Porter out of prison and end the death penalty in Illinois. And in the UK, there's a case right now to really push this innocence fraud forward, manipulating with DNA. Hopefully I'll be able to talk about that soon, like this weekend, but it's just reading it in real time, and it's so shocking knowing, because so few people have actually done their due diligence on that case. Innocence Fraud Watch is tracking it. I highly recommend following her on She works very hard to keep everything that she puts out really accurate. She works so hard for nothing, just out of the passion. When you know this fraud, it's very shocking. But it looks like they're going to wrongfully convict some guy to cement this case of this rapist, Andrew Malkinson, in the UK. They talked about in his case of him being a forensically aware predator. And they have a guy on trial there who looks nothing like what the victim pointed out. Wrong hair color, wrong everything, whose DNA happened to be on her top, which wasn't disturbed during the rape. It's a shocker. Yeah, really, really shocking. No, tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow, Friday, I thought. Am I wrong? I thought it was tomorrow, Bailey, but maybe I'm wrong. I really thought it was Friday. Yeah, I think it's Friday, Bailey. I think it's at 9 tomorrow. I'll be streaming it if I can. Daryl Brooks's mother was interesting. She was one of the few mothers who didn't profess innocence, but just said, like, look, he's on his own. I'm not going to the trial. He knows what he did, and sorry. Very rarely see that. Usually these mothers are so filled with shame that they'll throw themselves headfirst into an innocence fraud campaign for their murderous child, or so narcissistic, too. Tater, I think, went to work, Allie. Was that yesterday or today? I thought I saw her in here this morning. Yeah, she's working 9 to 5. All right, I'm going to take a break, get some coffee. I'll be back. Nice shooting the breeze with you guys. Oh boy, the hearing is like right now. The Karen Reed hearing is at 3 today. For those that want to watch it, I want to watch it, but I'm not going to be able to stream it. So I only can do one thing at a time. I'm only one person, unfortunately. I do this without a crew. I thought it was at 9, but I guess she's in so much litigation. I thought it was tomorrow, but let's see. Let's go on Zoom. Let's see what's going on. Okay, it's not being allowed to be live streamed. There's no live streaming of this hearing, but if people want to watch it, I'll put up I think I have it in my notebook. Hold on, I'll put up the Zoom link for you guys, for those that want to watch it. I may be listening to this. There's no password you need, but you just go to Zoom and you put join a meeting and you put it in this code. Let me write it in the chat for you guys, okay? I have it up, but they don't want me to stream it, so I won't. Okay, that was a nothing burger hearing, which they're not allowing anyone who's not registered media to attend these, to screen these nothing burger Zoom conferences. I mean, come on. I've just been really heartened by the O'Keefe family lawyer, Mark Diller, and his recent filing. Very impressive. They're scheduling depositions. Very heartening from being like very disheartened and feeling like, I think I just got the feeling that he was gearing up. But I don't know how you're going to attack this without actually addressing the innocence fraud. I don't even know how you could win without doing that, but we'll see. And, you know, like I've said, Karen Reed knows her case backwards and forwards. She's a real help to her lawyers. Always a great thing for lawyers. Lawyers are only as helpful as you can help them. And I'm glad that they look like they're, you know, it ended with the judge saying he's concerned that they might have to have a status conference on a motion to preserve, because it looks like Karen Reed doesn't want to hand over some type of evidence. I don't know what it's about exactly. But again, once again, they're playing cat and mouse with discovery, like just hiding discovery from the other side like they did in the criminal trial. If you don't know, Karen Reed's lawyers got admonished at her before a retrial for their frequent willful mischaracterizations, i.e. lies to the court. Their deliberate lack of candor and mischaracterizations, all euphemisms for lying to the court over and over again. And there was just this frequent problem with discovery, hiding discovery, communicating with their expert witnesses, and something I've never heard of lawyers doing, a Signal app with auto delete, so they didn't have to hand over the discovery to the other side. And it seems like Karen Reed is running the ship and insisting that all her lawyers who don't have a problem with that acting in the same way to try to get an edge over the other side by not being open and transparent with their discovery. So I don't know how much anyone cares, but that's a little record of the Zoom hearing since it wasn't allowed to be. But tomorrow morning, there is a hearing tomorrow morning, but there was just this status conference in addition. So happy to catch that. Yeah. I mean, it's like, how do you feel? Like, you know, such ups and downs. Is really feeling like very not hopeful for the O'Keefe family. And with the release of Aidan Carney's text messages between him and Karen Reed, that's a great thing for the O'Keefe family and their search for justice. Getting those out into the public domain. And I hope they've all been sent to the O'Keefe family's lawyers. And that's it. But yeah, yeah, I know not everyone's here for that. I just, you know, it's hard to mix in other cases. Sometimes I do, and I think it's appropriate, but I try to keep each case, like, you know, keep on the subject. But there's no way to really report on that if you can't if you can't show the Zoom hearing. I mean, what a nothing burger thing not to be able to show. Couldn't it be any, you know, more of a nothing burger than that 5-minute hearing? I mean, it was all over and done before it started. So yeah, just really good news for once. It was just getting like really bleak, these status hearings for the O'Keefe family lawyer. And I do not think it is a foregone conclusion just because the bar of evidence is so much lower in our civil courts that they will win. A lot of factually guilty people clean up in our civil courts. So I hope so, Bubbles. That's what I'm hoping, because we're off here. This is what I'm hoping. Hey, Susan, how you feeling? Oh, we're back. We're off tomorrow here. Kouri Richins' trial is dark tomorrow. So I don't think I'll be doing a nighttime show, but I will be streaming that. So odd not to be hearing it, but not to be able to be seeing what's going on in the courtroom, isn't it?
She got in an argument with her sister-in-law.
And what was the argument over?
She was trying to get into Eric Richins' safe to get the will out.
And did the argument also involve the home?
Yes.
What portion of the argument involved the home?
The sister-in-law had told Kouri that the house was no longer hers and it belonged to the other sister because she was in charge of everything.
How did Kouri Richins react to learning that?
She was very upset.
How upset?
Crying. I mean, pretty upset. Yeah.
Did she collapse?
Yeah.
Was she hysterical?
Yeah.
Did she say why she was so upset?
She just said she couldn't believe this was all happening.
Did she seem surprised to you that the house was no longer under her control?
Yes.
What, ma'am, do you know about Kouri Richins' business?
Very little. Just that she would buy houses, flip them, and sell them.
Did she present to you as being successful at that?
Yes.
Was she very generous to you?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was in any financial distress?
No.
Ma'am, are you familiar with a house at 299 East, 100 South in Heber?
Yes.
How so?
I lived there. I bought it from Kouri.
Who lived there with you?
My family, my husband, and 3, and I had another one, so 4 kids.
Ma'am, when you say you bought it from Kouri, what do you mean?
We were in a situation of needing a place to live, and Kouri was buying this house to flip it and sell it, and she offered to sell it to me.
Did you accept that offer?
Yes.
What was the arrangement?
Just it went back and forth for a year on what would work out, and it came down to I would sign the deed of the house, and the house was mine, and I paid a down payment, and I could do what I wanted because I had the deed to the house, but the loan would be under her name, but I would pay the mortgage payments myself.
So let's start with the down payment. What was your understanding of the down payment?
Just she told me it was to pay the brokers back that she borrowed money from to get the house.
And how much money was the down payment?
$45,000.
What, ma'am, were you doing for a living at that time?
I was a manager up at Soldier Hollow Grill.
And did you work in part for tips?
Yes.
And did you have savings from your tip money to pay the $45,000 down payment?
Yes.
Did that amount to essentially your life savings at that point?
Yes.
Did you wire $45,000 to Kouri Richins in 2 separate wires?
Yes.
And you understood that to be a down payment on the house that you were living in?
Yes.
Did you understand that Kouri was going to put that money towards a mortgage that was closing soon after you wired the money?
Yes.
As far as you know at the time, did she put the $45,000 towards the mortgage?
Yes.
What was then your arrangement with her on paying rent or paying the mortgage or money?
The loan was just in her name, and I paid the mortgage company directly myself.
Do you remember about what you paid them every month?
$2,900.
Scott, can I get 6-14, please?
You don't have it on your screen.
Thank you.
Scott, can you scroll down for the for Ms. Barney and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a copy of a warranty deed that you signed on this house?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that warranty deed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 614 into evidence.
No objection.
614 is admitted.
Your Honor, thank you. Okay, Ms. Barney, it says up at the top, 290 East, 100 South in Heber. Is that the address that you lived at with your family at the time?
Yes.
And that's you, Chelsea Barney, as the sole owner?
Yes.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could, sorry, go up. If you could just enlarge kind of the middle to the bottom portion. Thank you. Scott, if you could go to the next page, please. And then down to the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry, the bottom page. You could enlarge that, please. Ma'am, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
When you signed that document, what was your understanding?
That the house was mine.
Did you understand that that document, upon signing it, that needed to be recorded with Wasatch County?
Yes.
Was that document ever recorded with Wasatch County?
No.
That was signed, I think, on January the 6th, 2023. From that point forward, did you continue to live in the home, pay the mortgage, and have the understanding that it was your home?
Yes.
Did there come a point when that understanding changed?
Yes.
When was that?
When she got arrested, I was informed that there was a loan taken out on my house that I didn't know about, or I didn't take it out.
Your Honor, hearsay.
So the question was, did there come a time when she became aware of a certain condition? She's explaining how she became aware of the condition. Doesn't matter if it's true, just matters that she heard it. So this explanation for what she heard can be considered only for an explanation of the effect it had upon her, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Go from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So did there come a time when your understanding changed?
Yes, I emailed the lady I signed the papers with and asked for copies of the paper, and she told me it was never filed with the county.
Did you continue to live in the house?
I did.
Did that change?
Yes.
When?
September 24, I believe. I was evicted.
You were evicted in September 24.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you evicted?
The new owners kicked me out.
Were there new owners because the mortgage was foreclosed on?
No.
Why were there new owners?
I don't know how it all works, but she gave the deed over to someone else and they owned the house.
Was it a deed in lieu of foreclosure?
Yes.
Who's the she when you just said that?
Kouri.
So it's your understanding then that Kouri Richins gave the deed of the house over to new owners in lieu of foreclosure on the house?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 2-55 Delta, please? Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of January 17, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. It's not January though.
Sorry, June 17th, 2022. I'm having trouble with
Yes, it's. I'll correct you, I guess.
Please do. Your Honor, the state moves 2-55D into evidence. Hold off on publishing.
All right, we object. Can we approach?
Oh my, another approaching the witness, approaching the judge. Oh Lord, how many of these are we going to have in this? I'm here already to read the text messages. I think they're going to lose this. Even did they play the phone call and did I miss it? Was I off in La La Land? That they objected over and that they already had a bad ruling over and their motion to eliminate was already rejected, meaning motion to throw out? Yeah, I don't warm to her, Audrey. I don't dislike her intensely. I just don't warm to her, you know, the way you do some witnesses. Did they play it, Audrey? Oh, I'm gonna have to go back. Oh, yeah. Things got busy here. Okay. It was a nothing burger after all that objecting? Really, Bubbles? You know, I'm surprised that obituary that I read this morning, Eric Richins' obituary, that it seemed didn't get put out more in the public domain. It seems pretty obvious that that is something that Kouri Richins put together. It does not sound like Eric Richins' family wrote that. And I'll show you some other aspects of that website too. I was just looking at next break. Thanks, Susan.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, watching me do this at sidebar has got to be like watching paint dry. So rather than that, we're going to let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
It's a little bit more interesting than watching paint dry, I'd say. The same reaction, Boreas.
Have a seat, folks. Thanks. May I borrow that, Mr. Bloodworth? Thank you. Okay, so let's see here. Ms. Lewis, as I understand defendant's position, the two sentences that give defendant the most concern, because in defendant's view, they would undermine the court's ruling regarding the scope of Kouri Wright's likely testimony, are as follows. This is, details matter here, so if you can write these details down. The green message from Ms. Barney on June 17 at 10:36:04 includes the following sentence. Quote, "Fuck that, you wouldn't call Cody about anything personal," end quote. I understand your position to be that when considered in context of Cody's testimony would provide a inference for the jury to draw, or would provide a basis for the jury to draw an inference regarding the content of the conversation with Cody that has been excluded. Am I with you so far?
Yes, except that we actually would start with, you gave him a sandwich.
Yeah, sorry. That is something your client talked about later in the string. So that we got to keep that context in there.
Just a minute. It's just.
The giving of the sandwich has not been excluded. That's actually hotly in dispute. It's something the state is seeking to prove. The thing that I've excluded is some content of what Eric told Cody because there is not an applicable hearsay exception for some of that content.
All right, so you're starting with haha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it through.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Those two sentences.
Okay, all right, that's different.
Okay, and then, hold on. Let me just get it on the record, and I'll give you a full opportunity to respond.
I
Yeah.
wasn't trying to respond. Can you mark it on the paper copy so that we can then transfer to the?
I can. Do you actually want me to write? I don't want to ruin the only copy you have today.
We'll make a new one.
All right, very good. I got it. Okay. And then, as I understand it, Ms. Lewis, we would go to 6/18/2022, 9:57:49. That's on page 9.
Yes.
Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him.
Well, and probably the next sentence, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Well, it makes as much sense as anything, but it doesn't matter because it's not coming in for the truth. So other than that, other than those two, were there any other sentences that you believe would undermine the court's other ruling?
Just one moment.
And I say, I'm sorry, other than those two sections, I understand it's more than two sentences.
No, I mean, we still would make our objection regarding hearsay and the double hearsay, but no, those are the sentences that particularly deal with that issue.
Okay, so Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure the state gets an opportunity to be heard here. Let's take these two sections one at a time. Let's go back to 6/17/2022, 10:36:04. That's the top of page 7. Let me know when you're there.
I think I'm there.
Okay, quote, ha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it. Fuck that, he wouldn't call Cody about anything personal. Those two sentences. Any objection to redacting those two sentences?
No.
Okay, let's do that, Scott. And then let me know when you're ready to move on. Got it. Can you see that, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then, Scott, if we may go to page 9, the green bubble at the top. Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him, end quote.
So, that relates to not to the Valentine's Day charge poisoning. It relates to an earlier trip to Greece. I think there's a fair reading of that is not he called his sister in Greece, he called his sister from Greece.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that was my first reading of it too, given the prior content regarding getting sick in Greece. It's ambiguous though, and so out of an abundance of caution, we're just going to redact it.
Out of an abundance of caution, the state will not object.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And then we will, of course, pursuant to defendant's request, instruct the jury that they may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. They may not consider any of Ms. Barney's statements in the green for their truth. Rather, they may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener.
Yes. We understand the ruling, yes.
Got it. Anything else before we invite the jury back in, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You have some water, Ms. Barney?
I do.
All right, very good. We're ready for the jury. Yeah, it's 2-55D. please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, State's Exhibit 2-55D is admitted. Would you like us to publish to the jury?
Your Honor, one question first, please.
Yes.
Ms. Barney, do you recall that text exchange that you just read?
Yes.
What, ma'am, was the context of that exchange?
She received an affidavit on why her house was searched.
Your Honor, may the court publish?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're about to see a text exchange between Ms. Richins in the blue bubbles, Ms. Barney in the green bubbles. You may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. You may not consider Ms. Barney's statements in the green bubbles for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener of the messages.
Ma'am, I'd like to now turn your attention, please, to about 2 weeks after Eric's death. On March the 19th, 2022, were you part of a phone call between the defendant, Kouri Richins, and Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
Who is Bryce Knudsen?
Eric's best friend.
Did you listen to that phone call this morning?
Yes.
Is it in 2 separate parts?
Yes.
Was that phone call an accurate depiction of the phone call that actually occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, those parts are labeled 2-46 and 2-47. The state moves to admit 246 and 247.
Counsel.
Same objection.
Okay. 246 and 247 are admitted, starting with 246.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to publish in just a moment. Fair warning, they're long. Ma'am, what was the context of this phone call?
Just to see how Eric felt about everything that was going on with the house and it being in the will and Kouri not having it.
Ma'am, you said to see how Eric felt. Did you mean how Bryce felt?
Sorry, how Bryce felt, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, they moved to publish 246.
Ms. Lewis, do you want the same instruction?
Ongoing instruction, yes.
Okay. You're going to hear a telephone conversation that has 3 voices on it. One of them is Kouri Richins. You may consider the statements made by Ms. Richins on this recorded telephone call for any purpose. The statements made by the other 2 voices on this call, you cannot consider for their truth. Rather, you may consider those statements, if at all, only for the purpose of the effect they had upon Kouri as the listener to those statements. All right. Scott, if we lose audio, we'll do our usual dance, okay?
Sounds good, John.
All right.
Your Honor, actually, can I also admit, state moves to admit 2-46T, which is the transcript for the first audio, and 2-47T, which is the transcript for the second audio.
Same objection.
Very good. 246T and 247T are also admitted. Scott, go ahead, please.
Just walking to the airport.
In the airport?
Yeah, I work at the airport at night.
Yeah. Well, no, I want to talk to you when you're free, not when you're at work.
Oh, I got 30 minutes for the next flight.
Okay. I gotta talk to you. I gotta get shit off my chest.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm good.
So, you know that I'm obviously in a lawsuit with the Richins.
You are?
Yes.
Did I know that?
I just want to tell you what's going on. But I also want to back up a couple steps, and I want to tell you that I understand that your loyalty is 100% to the Richins. Like you've known them longer, and I get that, and that's fine. And I just, if our friendship ends here, I get that too. And I mean, I get it, Bryce. Like I just get it, and it sucks, but it is what it is. And I just want to get everything out on the table right now so that, but basically, you know about Eric's trust. It's no surprise.
Yeah.
Bryce, you know, I don't care about money. It's not a big fucking deal to me. All the money, you know, Eric has almost, $3 million in life insurance money. I want it all to go into the trust to my kids. I don't want any of it, Bryce. Like, I don't care about money.
Sure.
This house is my house, Bryce.
Right.
But I mean, when I make money, like, I work hard for my money, Bryce. Like, I do. I don't make Eric money. I have put $80,000 towards our mortgage in the last year. I paid $60,000 in cash of my money towards that pool. Like, this is my house, and I'm gonna fight for it. I just want you to know. And whether I have to fight the girls about it, I'm gonna. They can have half of C&E. They can have all the life insurance money. They can have anything they want. Take it. You know, but they can't have my house, Bryce.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know everything, right? I know what Eric was doing for a long time, right? I mean, I don't judge you. Eric doesn't judge you. Eric doesn't judge me and mistakes that I made, right?
But
I know that.
Bryce, I mean, I'm just gonna be up. Yeah, I took $250,000 off of our house.
Yeah.
Do you know how much in real estate we own today because I did that? $11 million worth of real estate. Do you know why I did that, Bryce? Because Eric would never let me work. Eric never trusted me in
100%.
believing me. No, but I want you to know that. Would you do it? Would you take $250,000 to make $11 million?
Well, that's tricky, right? Like, communication was the big thing for Eric, right?
He told me no, Bryce. I believed in myself. He told me no, but I knew I could do it because I know what I can do. Bryce, I wouldn't do something that I didn't know that I knew I could do. I'm not fucking stupid.
Right.
Bryce, I own 12 properties that are almost all paid off. Including my own house that I've almost paid off. Like, I own multiple houses in Park City, in Mill Creek, in Saratoga Springs, in Heber, in Midway, all because I did that. And they all go to my kids. $11 million of real estate property because I took $250,000, Bryce. He just never gave me a fucking chance. He never gave me a chance because he didn't believe in me. And he can say whatever he wanted. He can say I stole from him. He can say whatever. But at the end of the day, that $250,000, Bryce, was paid off in 7 months and turned into $11 million in 2 years. And now somebody's going to come in and take my fucking house from me? It's not going to happen.
I didn't think they were going to take the house. They're taking the house?
Yes, they're taking my fucking house, Bryce. This is my goddamn house. This is my fucking house.
I thought the house was going to stay with you no matter what.
No.
Oh.
The house goes to the trust's name, which goes to Katie. She has the right to sell it. She has the right to remodel it. She has the right to do whatever. I have no rights to the house, so to speak, of the trust.
Eric he did everything for you and for those kids, right? And when all that shit went down between you and Eric over, the power of attorney and taking the money and whatever, that's what changed it for him, right? So he was like, Bryce, I'm not here anymore. I need to make sure my kids are protected, right?
I get it.
And they're just protected.
I get it.
So I said I knew she was going to get ugly, right? And I'm neutral here. But if you can just take my word for it, I knew.
Bryce, I'm scared to take your word for it. I'm terrified to take your word.
No, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm more on your side than Katie and Amy's side, only because even though Eric and you were not getting along, Brooke and I don't get along. That's not part of being a marriage, right? But Eric would always say that you were his wife, you were the mother of his children, and he loved you, right? And so he would do anything for you and those three boys. And I know he set things up with the lawyers and all that bullshit, right? And that was word for how to protect his 3 kids. But I know if Eric was still here today, he would say, no bullshit. I need Kouri to be protected. But unfortunately, he didn't set her up that way. And honestly, I don't even know how he set it. I don't even know. The only thing I know is
so many mean things. So many mean things in it, and I don't care.
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that.
And they can have the money, Bryce. I can make more money. I can take care of my kids. I just want my house. I just want my house and my stuff in my house that me and Eric bought. I just want my house. They can have all the money. They can have all the money.
Did you tell him that?
I can't talk to him. I tried to tell him that, Bryce.
Hey, Bryce. This is Shelley. Hey. So Kouri has told them, or they're going through like attorney to attorney. It's never been like face to face.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell them? Okay, so Kouri has told them that they can take all the life insurance, whatever they have in their name, what Eric left to them, but Kouri just wants her house, which is like a $3 million to $7 million difference. Well, they won't agree to anything until they get the autopsy because they think that Kouri had a part in Eric's death. As in Amy and Katie. They probably not Katie as much as Amy. They think that Kouri has a part in Eric's death.
A little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's capable of doing that, but
What?
I think that's a little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we're at now. And she just got this call yesterday. And I'm up here just because she asked me to come up because she's kind of broken right now and she doesn't know what to do. And I mean, that's kind of where they're at, where they said they don't want to agree to anything until they get the autopsy back to reassure them that Kouri had no part in Eric's death. So that's kind of where Kouri's like, like how, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, this is all just fucking crazy.
I don't. My conversation with Eric, right, were the thing that he did. I mean, all of this they were all the protected kids story.
No, and I mean, everyone totally understands that. Like, I think everyone understands that. Everyone knows how Kouri and Eric were. Everyone does. Like, even I do. Like, everybody knew how like, we're not fucking stupid. I mean, 2 years ago, they were getting a divorce, and then they were great. But, like, to say in the moment that they were at when he died, I mean, I can honestly say, because I even told Kouri, like, I hadn't gotten a call from you in a year that Eric was being an asshole. Like, I hadn't gotten that call. So, like, for me to say, like, Eric wouldn't have turned this around, like, I guarantee you Eric would have turned this around. And I'm not saying, like, Kouri needs life insurance. She doesn't. Like, Kouri can make whatever money she wants. But the fact that they're going after her house is what she's just so broken about, is because...
Well, I don't know. What does the will say?
It just says, so in the will, it says everything that, like, so Eric put the house in the trust. No, not just for the kids, for, like, Katie. So Katie can make all calls up until they are 18 years old. Yeah, but not just that, but she's the power of the trust too.
Yeah.
So, like, Eric put the house, so Eric not only put his part of the house, but he put Kouri's equity in the house in the trust. So Kouri has no fucking say right now unless she fights it with a lawyer, which she's doing right now. But also he put half of his business in the half that, so him and Cody signed a, I don't know, some like insurance thing to where if one of the partners died, that half would go to the widow. Well, Eric signed his half that would go to the widow into the trust. So in all honesty, Kouri gets nothing from Eric, which, I mean, Kouri's not about getting anything from her husband dying right now. I mean, that's a tragic thing where no one, like, that's not what you go after unless you're some fucking Black Widow. Like, that's not what you go after. You don't go after your husband dying and you don't go after money. But I mean, she's just saying all like she doesn't even care about the life insurance because the life insurance, the beneficiary is Katie right now of Eric's life insurance.
That's fine. She
Which
can have
Kouri says she's fine. And like in all honesty, like if you weigh out how much Katie gets in the will and how much Kouri is asking for, it's compared to 7 million to 3 million. Like Kouri has already weighed her assets on everything, and with Kouri's house and like everything that is in her house, she would probably get $3 million of that. And Katie, with the life insurance and everything she's getting out of it, she's getting 7 million. So it's like, you know, like all Kouri is asking for is her house, but they're not agreeing to that because they are coming up with the fact that Kouri has a say or has a, like Kouri was an accomplice in how Eric died, is what they're saying. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I have not talked to Katie, Gene, or anybody.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to talk to Gene because Gene's kind of Switzerland on this whole thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, with all being said, it all comes down to Kouri can't attend Eric's celebration of life. Yes.
No, I can't. My attorney said I
Her
can't.
attorney said there's no, like,
If Katie and
absolutely
Amy are gonna
not,
be
like,
there,
don't
can't.
attend Eric's celebration of life because Katie or Amy will be there or one of their friends will be there or someone will be there to come out and making Kouri look bad because they've already come after her of being an incompetent mother.
Amy said I was an incompetent mother of Saturday night. Tell him that. I didn't tell him
On
that.
Saturday, Amy has came out to her lawyer saying that Saturday night, the night that you came over and we were all drinking, that
Amy
Kouri
was
was
an
an incompetent mother and couldn't take care of her own kids that night. So Amy had to take care of them, which Amy had no part of taking care of them because Lisa and DJ were here.
And so they're filing a suit saying
So they're filing a suit trying to make Kouri look out as a incompetent mother.
I don't agree with that.
I know, and Bryce,
Thank God, Bryce,
and
thank
Kouri
you.
kept saying like all day, she's like, I need to call Bryce. I want to talk to him. Yeah, I don't know how to go about it because Bryce is like a Richins side, and it fucking sucks that there's like a Richins side and there's like a Kouri side. Like it fucking like that's like that's fucked up, you know? Like fuck. Like this isn't what this should be about. Like we shouldn't fucking like grieve about Eric's death, about being whose side is who. Like it should be all one and one, and we should come together as a fucking family and just like love each other and like.
I agree, and I just put myself. If I could talk to Eric today, in the thousands of conversations that him and I have had, about what would happen if I weren't here, what would happen if he weren't here, and honestly, to me, I know what Eric would want. Now, I get he put shit in writing, right? I get he went to the lawyer because he got his feelings hurt and shit happened 2 years ago.
He got his baby feelings hurt.
And so but I know for a fact that if he knew this was going to happen, I think he would have made some changes.
He would have. Bryce, I am not a bad mom. Like, I am not a bad fucking mom. And Amy told him I was a bad mom.
The Richins girls don't play nice, and they never have and never will.
No.
But
that's kind of like ultimately what she wanted to call you about was that she just can't make the celebration of life, and she feels awful about it. She doesn't want. I mean, and if you continue to do it, whether you cancel it or not, like if you continue to do it, she doesn't want to come out as looking as the bad guy that she's not there.
Oh, I get it.
Everybody's coming though, Bryce. I invited everybody and everybody's coming. I just can't go. And
I feel like a fucking asshole, but I just can't. And I don't know what they're gonna do or say next. And I didn't fucking do anything.
I know. I get it.
Yeah, like in all reality, she's just kind of looking out for her and the boys right now.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, Kouri, I have no part of any of this. My goal for as long as I'm on this damn earth is just I mean, Kouri, I get things are going to transpire in the next however many years, right? I just hope that you and I can have a relationship to where I can come see you guys every once in a while. You guys live so damn far away. But that's what I want. I don't want to muddy the water. I don't want things to get shitty between you and I, because I would love to see those boys grow up, right? Because watching those boys grow up would mean the world to Eric, and him and I made promises to one another that if something were to happen to either one of us, that's what we would do for one another. And Kouri, I get it. Like, Brooke and I stuck at being married too. Like, shit happens, and unfortunately, Eric puts some shit in writing because he got his feelings hurt. But at the end of the day, he loves you, and he loves those boys, and he'd say the same thing today if he was here. So.
Yeah, I agree. I get it.
But hey, let me call you back if I can. My plane just landed. Let me call back in like half hour, if that's okay.
All right. Call us back.
All right, yeah.
Connor, we can move to 2-47 now.
What happened? Okay, hold on. You freaking speaker.
You have reached Bryce of Kenworth.
Hi, Bryce.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone was on silent.
No worries. So ultimately, Kouri, I guess I said I support you, right? I don't want to. I can't get involved. I can't even get involved anyway, right? Like, because I don't have a dog in a fight. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad that this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. That this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad.
I think we lost the audio. No problem. Let's fix that. One moment, please.
Done wrong to them. I've never, I mean, I helped Katie when she had postpartum. I watched her girls. I helped Amy when she lost her mom. And I don't understand what I did so wrong. We've never been super close, but it's like I've never done wrong to them, and I don't understand why they're putting me through hell.
Yeah, you personally didn't do anything wrong to them, but you gotta understand how Eric was, right? When Eric was upset or when you guys weren't getting along, he would just he'd call me. Well, he stopped calling me because I kept telling him, I said, you gotta do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Bryce, goddamn, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. He'd always push me to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not be with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it.
Did that happen again?
I believe so.
I'm so sorry.
When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him,
Your Honor.
you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that
I think it jumped ahead a little when the recording restarted.
Do we need to go backward a little bit?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Saturday you're in, right? When people do, I get a kid first,
Yeah.
Get them done. I said, you got to do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Bryce,
Yeah.
goddamn, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done.
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. He'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not be with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it work. Stop being so hard ass. When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, I'm like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that Saturday at your house where he was like taking anger management classes. I was like, holy shit.
Pause for 1 minute.
Like,
I think we're.
Your Honor, it's not published.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Okay. And we are now back scrolling correctly, it seems. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Just press play again, Scott. Thank you.
actually trying to be better because fuck, that guy needed to do it, right?
No, and that's the thing, guys. Like, we were so good this last 2 years. Like, we have been so good. Like Eric has been he had an anger management book that he would write in every couple of days. Like, it was in his nightstand. I'd come home from work and he was be out on the back deck, writing in his anger management book. And we were just good. I was going to counseling, he was doing anger management. We have been so good.
Right.
Everybody knew it. We were going on double dates. We were going out more. We did weekly date nights. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And now all of a sudden, Katie and Amy are attacking me for no fucking reason. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. And
all Katie and Amy ever heard about you was always the bad shit, right?
They did, and
Eric, when things were good between you guys, Eric wasn't calling me or anybody else, mostly Katie and Amy, right? Hey, Kouri did this awesome. She did this awesome. This is great, right?
Yeah.
He would only call the bitch about what you were doing, what you were doing, right? And so all I heard was the negative shit, right?
Yeah.
I said, I'm sorry. And I said, I wish we could have a lifeline to Eric right now. And because I know if he could talk, he would say, no.
Yeah. He would explain it.
Yes. He set things up to protect his kids, but it wasn't set anything up to try to fuck you.
No.
He loved you all the time. Every day he told you, And yeah, I said it, we all fight, but he'd always say, I love Kouri. She's the mother of my children. She's my wife. I'm gonna do whatever it takes. I'm like, good for you, brother. That's what you have to do, right?
Well, yeah,
I just hate that you guys have to go down this route now because the things that Eric put into place with the lawyer.
And that was 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, we've come so far in 2 years, and it's if Eric redid his shit, last month we sat down and talked about every asset that we had, everything we had, and Eric was like, holy fucking shit, he was just also taken by surprise. He just was that $250,000 is the best thing you've ever done. And I was like, I know, you just didn't believe in me. And and I was like, and now it all goes to our kids. Our kids are taken care of for life. And if he redid it today, it would be fucking different. And now everything is just so fucked up. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. And every day they're coming at me with something. I'm getting charged with fucking assault. I'm getting charged with...
Your Honor, we approach.
Of course.
Wow, you understand why the defense didn't want that phone call played. I mean, I think she's toast after this. This is some of the worst evidence against Kouri Richins comes out of her own mouth. Her own writing, her own mouth. They always tell themselves, these killers. I don't know how she's going to dig herself out of this. I thought this was going to be just like a little witness, like a little nothing witness. Boy, what a surprise.
Scott, we should just be able to press play.
They have 4 charges against me right now. One is theft of trust property. One is
Do I want the instruction? Can I have a moment?
Of course. Thank you for your patience. You've just heard and may hear an additional reference or two by Ms. Richins in this recording to charges, quote unquote. Those references are to separate civil litigation regarding the trust, the civil lawsuit. They are not references to criminal charges of any kind. Moreover, you cannot consider those references to civil litigation to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait at any time. Just wanted to make sure you had that important clarification. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
Not for now, thank you.
Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, may we continue the recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, go ahead, sir.
Theft of conversion of some bullshit I don't even know how to pronounce. Like all this shit. And I'm like, Jesus, I haven't been in trouble since I was in high school when I was 16 years old, for hell's sakes. I'm 32. Like, what do you mean I'm in trouble? Like, I didn't fucking do anything. You know, like,
I agree.
I don't know. Anyway, I meant to call you yesterday. I talked to the medical examiner. I called them because I don't believe that they don't have anything. I just am having a hard time believing that.
Yeah, what's taking so long?
Well, she said that, you know, she's like, well, I'll have the actual doctor call you who did his autopsy. And I was like, okay, whatever. And so her name is Pamela Ulmer. And she called me a couple hours later and I was like, look, lady, like, you gotta have something for me. Like, there's no way you didn't notice something obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, 12 weeks, you know? And she was just like, well, yeah, there was something obvious, you know, we noticed, but, you know, we're not going to call you and tell you that immediately. And I was like, well, what? You know? So they ruled out an aneurysm automatically. She's like, it wasn't. Yeah. She's like, it wasn't an aneurysm. I can tell you that. And she goes, he did test positive twice for COVID. And I was like, yeah, bullshit. No. Which we did have COVID a month and a half ago. Like, we all tested positive, but that was like a month and a half ago. Like, he didn't still have fucking COVID.
Yeah, that was fucking, everybody had it in January.
Yeah, like we didn't still have COVID. And she was like, well, his lungs, he had a fungal infection in his lungs. Like, they were completely covered in white spots. She's like, and I don't know what it was. She's like, so I cut 3 of them out and sent them in for biopsies. She's like, but they were so full of fluid and blood. She's like, I have no idea yet what it is. She's like, so I'm thinking between the COVID and the fungal infection that it shut his lungs down. And I was like, no, like that, he is the healthiest guy. That guy is a fucking mountain goat. Like, he could, like, I was like, we just ran a half a marathon 6 months ago, and Eric didn't even train for it, and I did, and he beat me by 40 minutes. Like, no, there's nothing wrong with his lungs. Like, no, I don't believe that. And she got bitchy with me. And she's like, well, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, but in his lungs. Like, there's just not. There's no way. And I was like, and no offense, like, my husband would roll over in his grave and haunt you and everybody involved if you put him down as COVID. We are very against COVID and vaccines. Like, nope, not happening. Like,
if it was COVID, there would have been signs of him.
Well, that's what I said. And
able to breathe and shit, right? Like,
yes, he wasn't sick. I was like, he was just at soccer the night before. I was like, he was at soccer the night before. He was running around. Like, he was totally fucking healthy. He wasn't sick. He was not sick. No, I don't buy that. Like, no. I was like, I will call you back in 2 weeks, because she said that she sent all of his organs out for testing, a toxicology report, blood, everything. And that's why it's going to take so long. And I was like, okay, well, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have more results, because that is not what it is. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way.
Dude, the people who have died of COVID had symptoms before.
Yes. They were overweight. They were in the hospital, ICU. Like, he did not die of fucking COVID, lady.
Just randomly.
Jesus.
And like in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night. Like, I would have heard him get up, have a hard time breathing. Bryce, when I found him, he was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. When I rolled over, when I got in bed with him at 3 a.m., like, he was in the same position as he was when I went to bed with him. Like, no, I don't buy it. Like, keep testing. That's not it. And if she puts him down as fucking COVID, I will, Jesus Christ, I will flip fucking shit. It's not COVID. No. And so I was like, nope, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have some more results back, because that's not it. I was like, that guy was in better shape than anybody you could ever imagine. Like,
he didn't drink like we
He didn't drink. No, he didn't drink. He didn't smoke. I was like, literally, I trained for a half marathon for 6 months. He woke up that morning and decided he was going to run a half marathon and still beat me by 40 minutes.
Fucking hazing and do that shit.
Yes. It was so annoying. I was fucking pissed, but he still did it. Like, he had better lungs than anybody you would ever. No, it's not his lungs. I don't buy it. So.
I wonder if that damn Lyme disease kicked his ass too.
Yeah. So she's wondering that too. So I gave her all of his Lyme disease doctor's information. So she was going to reach out to his Lyme disease doctor and contact them and see his last lab results and stuff. And then she was going to look into silicosis because Sylvie actually got cancer and stuff from silicosis, who's one of their main employees. 2 other of their employees, you know, and then Shane, Shannon's brother, died of silicosis. But I was like, no, he doesn't have silicosis. Like, I just sent him in for testing 5 years ago, and his lungs were 100% healthy.
From all the dust and shit.
Yeah.
Rock and everything.
Yes. And I was like, trust me, my husband was 100% healthy 5 years ago. Like, his lungs were 100%, and he does not lay stone, nor does he cut it in the last 5 years. Like, he drives around in a truck, lady. Like, it's not, because she was like, what does he do for a living? And I told her, and I was like, but that's not it. Like, he owns a company. He doesn't cut it.
He's the owner. He's not the
No.
the employee cutter.
He's not the main cutter by any means.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I'm just going to look into it. And I was like, okay, you can look into it if you want, but that's not it. And I was like, and it is not his lungs. Like, you have to go with something else. Like, I was pissed when she said that. I was like, he will roll over in his grave. You put him down for COVID. And so she was just, I don't know, kind of snippy after that.
Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through this. I knew that this was going to get stupid, right? And
Bryce, I don't want anything.
I think you're doing the right thing, though, right? Like, you were married to Eric for almost 10 years. You knew the ins and outs of your relationship. I get Eric set things up legally with a lawyer to protect, you know, the company that he had and his 3 boys, and shit was not going right with you two. I get it.
Bryce, did you really think I was just going to screw Eric and take everything he had? Like, why?
No, but he was worried about it, right? It's because, you know, not saying you personally, but the people we've known over the years, you hear shit on the media, right? Like, the wife takes her husband for everything he's got because he didn't do everything the right way, right? And I didn't ever talk about the ledge. He never told me exactly what he was doing. He told me what he was doing, right? And every time he'd tell me, like, oh, I went and saw the lawyer today, it was because I'm just getting everything set up because I don't want my kids to be homeless. I don't want them to be homeless.
Oh my God, yeah.
But that was when I said shit was going stupid with you too,
No,
right?
I get it. I get it.
And I think if Eric was still here today, and you know, I think he'd change it. He would. Unfortunately, it sucks he can't, right? And now Katie has all power. At least Katie has power, not Amy. Amy would probably be worse at it, but.
And it just like hurt. I think it was most hurtful the way that he wrote it, Bryce. Like, if you read it, it was just so hurtful the way that he wrote the trust. Like, I get we were in a rocky spot 2 years ago. Did I ever think we would officially divorce and go about our ways? Like, not really. Like,
I mean, hell, he thought that, right?
Like, I guess.
You know, when he was seeing that stupid Jen chick, I would tell him, I'm like, bro, like, if you're gonna see her, there's gonna be consequences. If you get caught, do you want to be with this chick? Well, no. I said, well, then you gotta, because if you get caught, you're gonna get divorced. But then he gets caught, right? And then you kick him out of the house for what, a week or two? Did he go live with his dad for like 2 weeks or something?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think Eric was here. I'd say it again. I think he'd change it, but unfortunately he didn't. And now you're stuck in a hard place, right? To fight for your family, fight for what's yours. And you know, the Richins family, not necessarily Gene. I think if Gene, I don't think he wouldn't be as ruthless as.
No, he's trying to stay neutral.
Yeah, and
it sucks.
From what I've heard from Katie, Katie's like, I'm just trying to. She's like, I don't want Kouri and myself to go south, right? For those 3 boys. Katie and I don't have a relationship, right? So we don't ever talk.
I mean, all she has to do is just, Bryce, give me my house. Like, I don't make Eric money, but I make okay money. Like, just give me my house. They can have everything. Bryce, this is my home. I got married here. Absolutely. This is my baby. I brought my babies here. Like, this is my home. They can have everything they want, but give me my house, for God's sake. Like, Jesus.
What do they want? What does Katie want to do with it? Does she want to sell it?
No, I don't know. They just want it. They want the title in the trust's name, so I can't have control over it. And they won't figure anything out with it until they have the autopsy report. And when they said that, it broke me. Like, I said, what does that mean?
Thinking that you had something to do with it.
Yeah, and I lost it. And I asked my attorneys, I said, I don't understand. What does that mean? And he was like, they think you had something to do with Eric's death. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? Jesus Christ. And he was like, they think that, and they reiterated it. And I was like, oh my God, what? And they're like, they're going with that, Kouri. They're on that level. And Bryce, I lost it. Fucking lost it. I was like, you think I killed my fucking husband for Jesus Christ's sake?
No, I've not heard that from any of those two. And nor have I thought that myself, right?
Why? Like, what?
Yeah, I would never. I mean, Kouri, we've all been a lot of things. And you are not capable of doing
no shit. There's no way.
If you were gonna do it, you would have shot him in his head.
Like 2 years ago.
Right?
Like 2 years ago.
Like years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't even know what that means. I was like, well, what do you mean? How does that even fucking happen? Like, what? Like, I gave him too much water? Like, I don't even know. Like, I drowned it. I don't know what that, like, what?
Yeah.
And my attorney was like, well, that's kind of a silly thing to say. I was like, well, I don't fucking know what you mean right now. Like, I don't know. And he was like, Kouri, you need to lay low in your house for the next 3 months and not go anywhere. And I was like, are you serious?
That's wild.
And he's like, no, that's what they're attacking you with. And I was like, oh my God. And yeah, so, and then, yeah, that was the other thing is like, I fell, Bryce. I fell to the floor.
They're not only coming after her with that, but they're coming after her with being a mother.
I didn't ask Bryce to write a letter. Bryce, I asked everybody else to write a letter from that night because Amy said I was an incapable mom and that I was so drunk that night she had to care for my kids. And I couldn't care for my own kids. I love to drink. You know that, Bryce? Like everybody knows it did. I love to drink. I have never been in a position ever that I could not take care of my own children, ever. Like, and remember Amy took video? She showed her attorney those videos and said, look, Kouri's partying all night. She's not a grieving wife. She's not a capable mother. She showed those videos to their attorney, Bryce. Like, and showed my fucking attorney. Like, I'm a good mom, Bryce. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like,
I mean,
so she showed them with your pants off, Bryce.
Also, you didn't have any pants on, Bryce. You didn't have any pants on.
Well, anybody who knows our relationship, my pants are never on.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, we were just it was just a celebration of life. Like, it was like.
I agree.
Why did she do that? Why did she do that?
I can't speak for those two girls. I don't know. I don't know what makes them think, right? They lose their brother, but at the same time, do you really want to lose?
I lost my husband. I lost my kids' dad. My babies lost their dad, Bryce. Jesus fucking hell. And you're going to submit videos and say that I'm an incompetent mom? Like, what? It's not fair. It's just not fair. And I said, you guys can have money. Have all the money you had. I don't care. Just leave me alone, Just fucking leave me alone.
Hopefully when that autopsy chick comes back, they can stop me thinking. It rules out that there's no foul play.
But that's the thing. Like, it's so hurtful. It's so hurtful that there's there's a decision regarding the autopsy.
They wouldn't even take
You
that.
know, it's like you're wanting an autopsy to make decisions. So like what? Like
no, what do you like? No, I am.
I mean, it's just like it's just.
I just don't get it. You know, I just don't get it.
Well, they're going down a slippery slope, right? Because I mean, you are the mother of those 3 kids, and if they want to have any relationship with you and those 3 kids, this is not how you start on the relationship.
No, and well, she's crying right now. What? You what? Hold on, Bryce. What?
Can you come look at my photo babies? Yeah, I said like you want to come and ask you.
Okay, like 2 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Good. Go on for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, go lay on the couch then. I don't know what you're saying. Go lay on the couch. Okay, go downstairs. 2 minutes. Fuck, I don't know, Bryce. Like, it's just like kind of crazy.
Yeah. It sucks it has to be this way.
I mean, it's kind of like neither of them, like not even, like I'm not even just speaking for Kouri, but like Katie and Amy cannot grieve for anything because all 3 of them are concentrated on fighting against what Eric has.
And they can have it. They can have it. Just fucking take it. Leave me alone.
And that's, you know, it's just kind of like that's all they're concentrated on. And we're like, I don't know. Like, and I mean, I've seen this. Like, it happened with my dad and his uncles when my grandparents died. Like, everyone fights against money. It always happens with death. Always.
Like, there's no fight.
Yeah, it happened with Eric and Julie.
Yes, exactly. It happened with Eric and Julie. Like, that happened. It happened with Linda. It happens all the time with death. Every single time death happens, like, money is fucking involved.
Yeah.
And like that sucks, but at the same time, it's like
I'm not
Eric.
fighting for it.
No,
I'm giving it to them.
No,
like,
Eric,
just give me
like
my
Kouri's,
house.
but Eric left behind like a family that he took care of. Like, how much of Eric's wealth went to Amy and Katie?
I don't think any of it did it.
Exactly.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are they fighting for this when they, like, all of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's,
Somebody's here.
It's Selma probably. All of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's like everything. Your lizard's on the fucking chair behind me.
Okay.
But all of Eric's wealth and everything went to his family.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Guys, they can have it.
That's what he wanted.
They can fucking have
I know.
everything. Just
Exactly.
take it.
I don't think. And I'm not speaking for him. I haven't spoken to him about it, right? But I'd be hard pressed to feel that they want Eric's money. Because Eric always, I mean, I thought he had it all set up anyway to go to the kids, right? All this stuff went to his kids.
No, it does. It goes to the kids, but the house also, but the house don't go to the kids until they're 18. So that's what Kouri is fighting for.
They're acting like I'm some snake, Bryce. Like I'm some. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it, Bryce. I don't get it. They can have it. Take it all. Take it all.
So just what Kouri's saying, like what their attorney said, like everything goes to the kids. The kids are set up for life. The kids are completely.
John, that's the end of it.
Okay. Any additional questions for this witness from the state?
No, yeah.
All right. Ms. Lewis, would you like a brief break before cross-examination? I don't.
Yes, maybe. That'd be helpful.
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Thank you. Ms. Barney, same instruction. You're welcome to Stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anybody during the break.
Okay.
We'll be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
Okay, we're on break for 10 minutes. I don't know if I've heard a more damning tape played in court. I really don't. And we heard the judge's instructions can't be used for the truth of the matter, but it's just so what the other people are saying, but it gives you such a picture of a real caring father versus a fake, phony, greedy, psychopathic mother. So here's Eric Richins creating this trust, thinking it's going to save his life, knowing that his wife is so greedy that she'll steal from him. There she's admitting that she stole $250,000 because it made her millions. So I'm just going to repeat again for those in the back, those just tuning in. It's just so curious to me that usually when we have the biggest audience, when the testimony is at the least compelling, and when we have this tiny, just us chickens here, when 3:10, right, 10 minutes. Right, Audrey? It's 5:10 here. We have this really tiny audience, just as chickens here, when the trial really heats up and gets like just incredible, like jaw-dropping. I just couldn't pick my jaw up from the floor listening to that tape. And I'm curious. So we know the medical examiner testified. She's retired now. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting her name. If anyone remembers, put it in the chat. We certainly did. I don't believe we heard a phone call between her, Kouri Richins, but we did hear another gentleman who worked at the medical examiner's office. I believe they were taping Kouri Richins' phone calls, tapping them. And she's making this woman a woman, or was she talking to the medical examiner too? Was she calling back and forth? But she's wondering if she gave Eric Richins too much water. And she's mad because they won't change the cause of death from fentanyl poisoning because that's just so impossible. She's mad because she got caught. And then my understanding is that the Richins, the family, were they kicking her out of the home? Or were they saying you and the kids can live here, but you don't own it? She's like, I just want to own my home. Like, it was confusing. In the beginning, it sounded like they want her out of the house with the kids. And this is just days. This is March 6th. So 2 days after, right? Isn't that when this phone call was? That's what I thought I heard. Maybe wrong. Very early on afterwards. She's talking with Eric Richins' kind of blabbermouth friend. That's how I describe him. That's how he comes across in this. He said, Eric Richins didn't tell me much about this and that, just that he was protecting the kids' interests. We had other testimonies today that Kouri Richins, this is like the maybe the third time we've heard this kind of testimony, that Kouri Richins was saying how great it would be if he were dead. I mean, she's not criminally sophisticated. She was sending text messages, putting all this damning stuff out there. I don't know how. I've never felt more sure that she's going to get convicted after that phone call. And I see Denise in the chat saying, well, she finds the problem is that they can't say, well, they know he died of fentanyl, but they can't say what the delivery system was. You know, my understanding, I have to go over that testimony. I'm a little confused. My understanding was that he did have some alcohol in his system. Was it enough for one drink? Was it just a sip? They can't say how it was delivered into a system. We know there was no injection marks on his body. But Kouri Richins just comes off like, I don't know, like, what did I say to my mother? Like I said to my mother talking about this trial that I'd rather have a compulsive gambler handle my money rather than Kouri Richins. She's so bad at handling money. And here she is complaining Eric Richins didn't believe in me with a whiny voice, with a whiny, he didn't believe in me. Like it's worse to not believe in your spouse than to kill them. Right? That's, I don't know what, he didn't believe in her great business acumen. And if she hadn't stole that $250,000, she wouldn't have property worth 17 million, sorry. Something like that. 11 million, 12 million, 17 million. I don't know. It's all play money at over $1 million to me. But I thought that I understand why we had so many sidebars over this phone call. The defense knows what this phone call is. This phone call is absolutely, this is the kind of thing. It's not everything. If you just had this phone call, you couldn't even bring this case to court. But because of the totality of the evidence in this case, the phone call seals the deal. And what a thing to end on if we're coming close to the end. The jury can think about this all through the long weekend. I think the rest of the true crime community is, watch me be wrong. You know, I'm not predicting a jury, just to be clear. I'm just telling you my feelings watching this is that I'd be shocked if she weren't convicted. After this day, I'd be really, really surprised. I don't know who's on the jury. Like I said, when I was on my jury, criminal jury, the first vote was 11-1 guilty. Some of the jurors flipped the one woman who was misunderstood the evidence, misheard things, had vague reasons why. It was kind of like, I don't want to send someone to prison. I don't think she should have ever been on the jury in the first place. She just seemed really uncomfortable with the prospect of sending a child molester to prison, which I had no problems with after, that trial. But right after we flipped her and we're signing off, the forewoman is signing off on our verdict. Two women are weeping. Me and this middle-aged guy have our furrowed brows going, what? Don't you feel, we just saw the victim, her whole family testify. Don't you feel some sense like you're doing something good, handing this family justice? But so that will tell you about the way that our media propagandizes for these criminals. And then one young guy said, there are a lot of wrongful convictions, but I don't think this is one of them. As if every jury that passed down a verdict didn't feel that they met their burden. like that there's a lot, there's a mass of juries just wanting to go home, don't care about the consequences, can live with themselves. Yeah. Putting someone away for a long time on nothing, on no evidence, as the wrongful conviction movement likes to say. I just find this overwhelming case. It hits so many things. You have the forensic evidence, you have her text messages, then you have the testimony of the family, what she was telling the family about cause of death, what she was telling the middle woman about cause of death. I mean, but this phone call, it really reminded me of the Sopranos episodes. In the Sopranos, they have one of the genius things that they do in that series is they have the characters, they're always lying and they're always saying the opposite of how they're feeling. So here we have Kouri Richins, very much like a Sopranos episode, announcing that she doesn't care about money, that the Richins family can have the money. It's already, that's been bestowed to them in the trust, that they're not getting, it's all to the kids, but they're just custodians of this money. All she wants is her house, which she's was already part of the trust anyway. So even if she lives there, it's not going to be hers. And Eric's friends asked her, well, did you tell the Richins family that you don't care about the money? You just want the house? Oh, she's like, no. She didn't tell them that. Of course, she is not telling them that because, of course, she cares a lot about the money. She thought this would get her out of debt somewhat of the way. And she had just closed on another property, $2.1 million property. And she's putting all this money down on I don't know, was she putting money down on that vacation to the Caribbean? It didn't seem like that Josh Grossman, the man she was having an affair with, and Kouri Richins ever went to the Caribbean. You saw the ticket, but did they go? It was really unclear to me. Anybody have anything to say on that? Thoughts about this? Please hit the thumbs up if you're listening. Subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. What are your reactions to this unbelievable jaw-dropping testimony? Let me look. It was obvious to me, Allie says, and the jury saw it too. He was acquitted. I don't know who that is. Denise says, she doesn't but she doesn't think there's a smoking gun. But what evidence would you think you would find in a case like this? Are you looking for, like, let's say, a glass with some residue or something like that? With fentanyl, the delivery. We heard from the guy who worked at the deli, or the diner, excuse me, where Kouri Richins bought the sandwich that she is accused of lacing on February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2022. Denise wants a smoking gun. Maybe there are more jurors who want a smoking gun. I just don't know how you would put, if she was dumb enough to leave a glass with residue or food with residue where she had fentanyl in it, like we saw in, maybe you're thinking of, here's a case that's where the criminal tried to get rid of the mushroom poisoning case in Australia. She got rid of the mushroom hydrator and they found it in the garbage dump. Yeah, I think she's a walking smoking gun. To me, I thought even it was like a 1-2 punch. First, you have that text message where she's being accused, but it's like 3/4 the way through that phone call, she remembers that she should be outraged that the family is accusing her of murder. But before that, it's all about the money. Again, it's completely consistent with, so consistent is her behavior in this and her intense focus on money and becoming a multimillionaire. Even in the walk the dog letter, she's telling her mother how to manipulate money and get out this kind of loan. Can they get this kind of loan? So the walk the dog letter is a letter to Kouri Richins' mother. They found it in Kouri Richins' jail cell, hidden in a book that has Kouri Richins tailoring a story to the evidence. It's a story of Eric Richins buying these kind of illicit oxycodone pills, but they're really fentanyl pills in Mexico. Okay, we're back.
On the record, please proceed.
Your Honor, citing the case of Take C v. Baxi, I omitted an email in direct that I had intended to introduce.
Okay.
Can I pick up there and then tender
Of course.
redirect?
No problem. Is Ms. Lewis familiar with the email? If there's going to be an objection, I can
I'm
rule
not,
on.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know the case that he cited.
No, that was a joke. That's okay.
Oh, was that a joke? Okay, well, that's why I didn't know it.
It's all right. The email is exhibit which?
2-123 Delta. Scott, can you bring that up?
This is a text message exchange?
Text message.
Okay.
Is that it? Can I see the whole thing?
Yes. In fact, Miss Barney, if you want to watch it now, that'll speed things along.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lewis.
No, I object. Mr. Butler tendered the witness, and to go back now and reopen, I object.
Okay, any objection to the admissibility of this document under the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay. It's certainly within the court's discretion to allow direct to be reopened to add one exhibit, particularly before cross has even begun. So anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Tracy, if you would get the jury brought in, I'd appreciate it. We're about to. It's okay. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state would like to offer another exhibit.
Yes, one more exhibit, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Barney, you just reviewed exhibit 2-123D. Is that an accurate depiction of a June 6th, 2022 text message exchanged between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to enter and publish 2-123D.
Ms. Lewis.
No further objections.
2-123D is admitted, and it is published.
A trace of fentanyl, manner of death undetermined. His lungs were shot to shit, and when he took something containing fentanyl, it put his lungs overboard and they shut down. I thought he just ran a marathon. Chels, I think it's finally something. I'm waiting on my attorney to call me and confirm that, but I think it's over. I'm bawling. Holy shit. Is that what the medical examiner said? So they're done with the investigation too? Like, did they find out where he got the fentanyl from? You're talking to her, honey. Holy shit, friend, it's over. It looks like these, so this COVID and fentanyl, it just got to his lungs. Did they say how? Text you in a few. Yeah. I don't want to talk about how he got the fentanyl. Okay, she says back. There's the medical examiner's report that she had, the autopsy, the toxicology report.
Further for this witness, Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
We have no questions for Ms. Barney.
Okay. May we allow Ms. Barney to step down, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Lewis?
I think just in an abundance of caution, maybe we could keep her subject to subpoena.
Understood. So, Ms. Barney, you're free to go today, but you may get notice that you need to come back for some additional questions before the end of the trial. Between now and the end of the trial, please do not speak to anyone about your testimony. Don't let anybody talk to you about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage of the case. Don't listen to any coverage of the case. Don't read anything about the case.
Okay.
Please travel safely.
Thank you.
Mr. Blood.
Your Honor, the state calls alley stakings.
Very good.
Gosh, after that testimony, it was like kind of damning when he told her to drive safe. No? Is anybody else like, ooh, got a chill from that? Drive safe. Make sure Kouri Richins or someone in her family isn't following behind you and isn't going to silkwood you off the road. Karen silkwood you. Kind of an old reference, but seriously.
Good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Alameda Staking?
Is your last name spelled S-T-A-K-I-N-G-S?
No, S. S-T-A-K-I-N-G.
I'm sorry, there's only one of you.
Yes.
Mistaking. Would you pull the mic a little closer to you? Okay. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's just easier to move the mic. Thank you. Please proceed.
Apologies, ma'am. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
we,
yes,
we
I do.
record everything, so yeah.
Yes,
I
I
saw
do.
that you were nodding, but how do you know Kouri Richins?
We grew up together, school.
When did you first meet her?
I met her in, I think, junior high school.
Since junior high school, about how often do you see or speak with her?
I talked to her pretty frequently.
Are you one of her best friends?
Yes. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
You were.
I am. Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Kouri Richins attend a Finding True Self retreat at the Sedona Mago Center for Wellbeing in Arizona in February of 2021?
Yes, we did.
As part of that retreat, did each of you complete an assignment in which you wrote your life story in third person?
Yes, we did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-4, please? Can you scroll through for the witness and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that as the form that you and Kouri Richins filled out during the retreat?
Well, I never read it at the retreat, but that's the Sedona Manga logo. Yes.
And is that Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 2-4 and publish.
Your Honor, we'd renew our prior objections, 401, 402, and 403. I'm not sure that there's enough foundation at this point to put it in through this witness. She said she never saw it at the time, and I don't know if there's enough foundation about the handwriting at this point.
The 401, 402, 403 issues have been ruled on by the court. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me about foundation.
Your Honor, maybe I'll just audio or
Please.
question a little bit.
Yeah.
Over the years, have you read Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes and no. I'm mainly through text, but yes.
Are you generally familiar though with her handwriting script-wise?
Not comfortably enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her handwriting, yes.
And is that, Scott, can you go to the top? That logo at the top, is that consistent with the form that each of you individually filled out while at the Sedona Mago Retreat Center?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-4 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. She said she's not comfortable enough to identify her handwriting, and she never saw Kouri write this or saw it at the time it was done.
Counsel, would you approach for a second? Mr. Bloodworth, the state's motion to admit State's Exhibit 2-4 is denied at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll revisit it. Thank you. Ma'am, are you familiar with Kouri Richins' house flipping business?
Yes.
How so?
We were going to hire her to do work for us. Me and my kid's dad.
And did you understand it was a successful business?
I did. I believed it to be, yes.
Did you know whether or not the business was in any financial distress?
No, I did not.
Ma'am, are you familiar with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
How so?
I knew that he was. What do you mean?
Do you know who Josh Grossman is?
Yes, I know of him, yes.
How do you know of him?
Corey told me about him.
What did Kouri say about him?
She said that they were having an affair.
And when did she tell you this?
It was about June 2020.
Did she tell you the status of that affair when she spoke to you in June 2020?
Can you clarify?
Was it ongoing at the time?
Yes, it was ongoing.
Did she ever tell you that the affair was broken off?
She did.
When did she tell you the affair was broken off?
My last visit prior to Eric passing, she told me that she'd ended things with Josh and chose her family. It had been over for about 9 months at that point.
And was that last visit you had with Eric Richins on the weekend of February the 20th, 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And she said then that she had broken it off 9 months earlier.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we just approach briefly to make sure we have a common understanding?
Yes. I promise that was time well spent. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Mistaking on that visit you mentioned, the weekend of February 20th, 2022. Did there come a time when you, Kouri Richins, Eric Richins, and maybe others were having a conversation about Eric Richins becoming ill on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Kouri, Eric, Selma, and Wade, our other friends.
How did that conversation arise?
What do you mean?
Who started?
I can't remember who started the conversation.
How did you come to learn about whatever happened on Valentine's Day?
Eric told us.
What did Eric Richins say?
He said that he thought that Kouri had tried to poison him, but it was more of a funny story. It was like an allergic reaction is what we had thought it was.
So Eric jokingly, I want to accurately
Accurately
capture
we were laughing at the story.
So did Eric,
along with Eric.
Right. Did Eric jokingly say that Kouri Richins had tried to?
Yes, and we all teased Kouri for trying to kill him or poison him or whatever he thought it was.
Okay. How did Kouri Richins react to Eric Richins jokingly say that she tried to poison him on Valentine's Day?
She laughed about it. We were all laughing.
Did she say anything about what happened on
She
Valentine's?
said, no, that's not what happened, that he had, that it was an allergic reaction or something, or it wasn't that dramatic. It didn't happen like that. Something along those lines.
Did she say how it happened or what happened?
No, not that I can recall.
Just that it didn't happen as Eric jokingly said it happened.
No, but with Eric right there.
Sure. Eric's there the whole time.
Yes.
Understood. Your Honor, I hate to keep doing this. I just want to bring up one other thing at the bench.
No, it's better.
Okay. I'm sorry, briefly, we're going to go back to the Sedona Mago letter. Scott, can you publish, can you bring up 2-4?
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth. What's the state's motion?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-4.
Consistent with the court's ruling at sidebar, states Exhibit 2-4 is admitted.
Just 1 moment.
Of course.
Your Honor, I just think under Rule 106, for completeness sake, if we're going to put this in, let's just put in the whole letter.
I'm not aware of what's under the redaction, so would the two of you approve for a second? Let's just make sure I'm. Thank you for your indulgence. Just sit tight for a minute while we work through something. Thank you.
Just when you think you couldn't get any worse for Kouri Richins, you hear this testimony that Eric Richins was laughing about his wife trying to kill him on Valentine's Day, which is exactly what the prosecution is charging her with. You know, the state is charging her with, and what the prosecution alleges happened in this case. Oh, this has got to be the worst day for the defense. I thought day one was bad, but this is way worse. And I'm going to go over all the today's shocking day of testimony in this case on another feed on my channel after this wraps. Meet me there. But the defense just seems to be making objections that they think will be helpful to them in the appeal of this, of a guilty verdict. It looks like they're expecting it just by, they're trying to relitigate things that have been ruled on.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me, how much time do you need to come up with an unredacted version?
We have it.
Okay. Scott, would you, the screens are muted. Would you show it to me for a moment, please? One moment.
Your Honor, we'll put a sticker on it later, but
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah, maybe I'm not listening hard enough to all the naysayers in the audience who are saying we don't know how the fentanyl got into Eric. Maybe some jurors will get stuck on that. That's the
number of
best
this
that
again, one
the
more time.
defense can hope for.
2-4.
Yes, sir.
The unredacted version of 2-4. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Is admitted. Published now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow. So Kouri Richins saying her mother's a compulsive gambler and that her father was an alcoholic who killed the cop after he fell asleep at the wheel. And that she had a baby to keep her marriage together. Always a terrible move. very complicated family history here. And then she chased happiness and she went into therapy because her husband had an emotional affair. Always the victim. It sounds like, I wonder if it was she who had an affair at this time.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Right, exactly, Audrey, straight from a psycho. Ay, ay, ay.
We've agreed that I'm going to handle this witness as a direct examination since she's here from out of town, so we don't have to bring her back.
Sounds good.
All right.
I appreciate it. Please proceed.
Morning or good afternoon. Huh? Who knows anymore? How are you today?
I've been better.
I'm sure you have.
Allie, would you do me a favor? I'm sincere. You can sit wherever you like. Just
What do you
pull the
want it?
mic closer. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Ellie, my name's Wendy Lewis. I know we've spoken, but we haven't met before, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to talk about, you knew Kouri, you said since junior high.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And did you do things with her as and Eric as couples or with also your children as families?
Both. We did things with our families as well.
All right. And did you go on a trip to Hawaii together?
I did.
And when was that trip to Hawaii?
I think it was early 2018.
Early 2018?
Yeah. February, I think.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that trip?
Our friend was getting married.
Which friend was that?
Selma.
Selma. Okay. And did something happen on that trip that Kouri was upset about?
Could you clarify?
Did something happen in terms of the travel to Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Kouri found out that Eric had hidden drugs in her suitcase without telling her.
Okay. And what was it that he put in the suitcase?
Gummies.
And was she upset about that?
Yes. Yes, we were laughing. Yeah. She wasn't crying upset. It was more or less a funny story, but not so funny.
Not so funny story.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is it fair to say she was not happy?
No, she was not okay with it.
Okay. And what was Eric Richins' reaction? You don't have to get into what he said, but how did he react to Kouri not being happy with him?
He thought it was hilarious.
He thought it was hilarious that he'd put
Yes, his thinking was
THC in her bag.
Yes.
Okay, no, I just clarifying. You're fine. Okay. Now, you said that you were visiting, and you're from California, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
you're living in California now.
Yes.
To be more accurate. And you were visiting here about a month, a little less than a month, 3 weeks before Eric died, correct? Or is that right?
Yes.
All right. And during that trip, you just talked about some things that happened during that trip when you were staying with the Richins. Did you take THC gummies with them at that time?
Not on that trip. I didn't.
Not on that trip.
I don't believe so. No. No, Eric didn't want me to.
Why didn't Eric want you to? Do you know why?
Yes, he said that he.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you, without?
Sustained regarding calling for hearsay. Can you rephrase, Ms.?
Yes. All right. So you discussed taking gummies.
We did.
All right. And there was a concern about taking them. Is that fair?
Yes.
And why was there a concern about taking those?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. We maybe just ask her why she didn't do something or what her concerns were.
All right. Why did you decide not to take the gummies?
I was told they were bad gummies, that they made Kouri super sick.
Okay. Are you aware where those gummies came from?
No, I wasn't aware.
All right. You had taken gummies, THC gummies, with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And where originally, you don't have to tell me who, but where were those gummies purchased from?
Well, I was never with him when he got them, but I knew it was from a...
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation?
Foundation.
Okay.
All
right. Sustained.
You had taken gummies with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And so had some of your other friends. It was something that you all did occasionally, just like having a drink. Fair?
Fair.
All right. And are you aware of, well, let me rephrase that. Were you all getting these gummies from the same source originally?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pause for one moment. I need a reason.
Foundation.
Okay. Would you please would you please lay some foundation for whether and to what extent this witness knows about the source of anything that she took?
Again, you were all getting gummies from the same source, right?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I need you to lay some foundation, not
I'm
just
working
ask
on
the
it.
same question. Just break it down.
Do you know where you and your friends were getting the THC gummies from?
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
You are aware. Okay. And for a time period, you were getting them from one particular person. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time period that you were getting them from that person?
What do you mean?
Like, was it from 2018 to 2021? Was it from, can you give me a general time for how long of a time?
Would you pause there for one moment? Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, objection, foundation, particularly as it relates to whether or not hearsay is the foundation.
Right. Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Would you approach for 1 second?
Let me just back up. You said you were aware that they were all coming from the same person.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
How are you aware of the person that was providing them?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
How were you aware where the gummies were coming from?
That's the same question.
Yeah, I know. Were you ever there when the gummies were purchased or brought or delivered? You were never there.
No.
All right. Did you ever purchase them yourself?
No.
So can you tell me how you knew? Let me just come out. So did someone tell you where the gummies were coming from, or did you have personal knowledge of where the gummies were coming from?
I was told where they were coming from.
All right. Okay. How was it that you found out that Mr. Richins had died?
Our friend Kelsey called me.
Called you?
Yes, I was called on the phone.
Yes. And was that the day that Mr. Richins passed away?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do when you found out?
I cried.
And then what did you do?
And then booked a flight and came the very next day.
All right. So you arrived?
I arrived on the 5th.
On the 5th. All right. And how did Kouri seem when you arrived?
Distraught. Like she was grieving.
And you've known Kouri a long time?
Yeah.
And you've observed her on other occasions where she's been upset?
Yes.
Ever anything this traumatic, or is this the first time?
This is probably the most traumatic one I've experienced so far, yes.
All right. Did anything about her behavior or her reaction strike you as unusual?
No.
Were you there when there was a celebration of life held at the Richins house the night after he died?
Yes.
And how many people were there at that event?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. There was a lot of people.
More than 10?
There were people coming in and out the whole time.
All right. Was this something that was planned, like a planned event?
No.
All right. So it was, can you describe sort of how it started?
People came to show their condolences and grieved at the loss of losing Eric. That's how it began. That's all it was.
All right. And was there alcohol?
Yes.
What else took place at the event? What were people doing? They were drinking?
We were playing with the kids and talking about memories of Eric.
All right.
Dancing, talking about him, remembering him.
Okay. Would you describe it as an upbeat, happy event?
It was kind of, I don't know. It wasn't a party, if that's what you were trying to ask.
Okay. What would you describe it as?
Remembering his life.
All right. Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1089, just for the witness? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I took the picture.
All right. And was that taken the night that we were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people in that photo?
I do.
All right. Could we publish, or could I admit and then publish? Defense 1089.
No.
Okay, defense 1089 is admitted.
Okay. And maybe if you want to step down for a minute, if you could tell us who the people are in this photo.
I'd rather not.
If you would just stay close to a mic.
I know,
and
I just
then
realized I didn't have one on.
here you go, Ellie. You'd use that when you this time. Is listen, you should get near a mic.
All right. Just from left to right, can you tell us who's in the photo?
That's Kouri. I can't remember his name, but that's Eric's best friend.
Can you maybe put the mic up?
That's Eric's best friend. I can't remember his name.
Is that Bryce?
Yeah, that's Bryce. Sorry.
Okay.
That's Bryce. That's Allie, Cody's wife. That's Chelsea, and that's Amy.
Amy
Eric's sister.
Richins. Okay. You can sit back down. We can take that down. So how long did you stay after Eric passed away?
I stayed overnight that night.
Were you there the next day when Amy Richins came to the house?
Yes, I was.
All right. And were you there when Kouri was trying to get into a safe that belonged to Eric?
I was.
Do you know why Kouri was trying to get into the safe?
Excuse me, yes.
Why was she trying to get into the safe?
She wanted to see what his will said.
And did she know the will was in the safe, or do you not know?
No, she knew it was in there.
All right. And then what happened?
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, was she able to get into the safe?
She was not. She didn't know the code.
And then was there a conversation about her not getting into the safe?
Objection, foundation, as it relates to hearsay.
All right. Who was present when she was trying to get into the safe?
She wasn't even in there at first.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
Kouri wasn't even in there. It was
Who was in there at first?
her brother and the locksmith.
Okay. So a locksmith was called to try and open the safe.
Yes.
All right. And then what happened after that, Court?
Amy and Bryce were leaving, and Amy saw the logo on the side of the truck and ran into the garage to stop Kouri from getting into the safe.
Do you know why she was trying to stop Kouri from getting into the safe?
Because Amy was,
Foundation.
Yeah. It's speculation. How,
Well, if she knows why,
but how she knows is the genesis of the foundation and speculation objection.
you were there, correct?
I was.
And you saw the reactions as everyone in the room.
I did.
And you saw Kouri become very upset. Did you see Kouri become very upset?
I did.
Do you know why Kouri was upset?
Yeah, because she was told that it was not her.
Objection.
If you'd stop there, calls for hearsay. Sustain.
You did see Kouri's reaction.
I did.
To not being able to get into the safe. Let me rephrase that. You saw Kouri's reaction based on what was going on regarding the safe.
I did.
And you saw her, well, tell me, what was her reaction?
Pure frustration and rage.
Rage?
Yeah.
Was she crying?
Yes. She was shaking.
And in your opinion, was that reaction over the top?
No, I thought she was valid.
Did you think she was unreasonably out of control?
No.
Was that reaction unexpected, given what was going on in the room?
No.
Okay. Just one moment. All right, just have a moment.
Of course.
Let's go back to what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth regarding the sandwich. So when you were there, you said that Eric said, what did Eric say to you again about the sandwich?
Can you clarify the question, please?
Yes, you were talking about when Eric got sick from a sandwich, right? You talked about that with Mr. Bloodworth.
I did.
And he told you, what did he tell you?
That he believed that Kouri had tried to poison him.
Okay. Did he tell you, I believe Kouri tried to poison me, or did he say to you, did Kouri tell you she tried to poison me?
No. He said, he said Kouri tried to poison him.
All right, and who was there? Kouri was there?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
She was laughing and she said that's not what happened.
And what did happen?
I don't know what happened.
Well,
he took a bite of the sandwich and got an allergic reaction and had to shoot himself with an EpiPen.
Okay, so they talked about that there was an allergic reaction.
Yes.
Was everyone laughing?
Yes, we were all laughing and we jokingly said, don't eat what Kouri feeds you.
Okay. And did Eric appear upset about what had happened prior with the sandwich?
No.
Did he seem scared about what had taken place?
No.
How are he and Kouri getting along when you were there that last visit?
They seemed better than I'd seen them in a long time.
Okay. And with that, I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Staken?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ma'am, let me make sure I understand the travel to Hawaii. Am I right that it was funny at the time because Kouri did not get caught with the gummies in her luggage, but it would have been less than funny if she had got caught? Is that the joke?
Speculation.
Overruled.
Could you ask that again?
You said they were, Eric and you and Kouri and everybody were joking about Eric putting weed gummies in Kouri Richins' luggage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the joke that it was funny because she didn't get caught?
No, it was funny because she didn't know.
I see. Okay. Can we turn to the gathering on March the 5th, 2022, right? The day after Eric Richins' death?
Okay.
And you and others, many friends of Eric, some of Eric's family members, I think were there, right?
Yes.
And people were drinking and toasting Eric.
Yes.
People were also using weed gummies that night too, as well.
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
That photo you showed, or you looked at, it was labeled Exhibit 1089. That was at the beginning of the evening?
No, that was towards the end. It was I don't know. It was mid-evening.
Okay, there came a time, right, when Mr. Knutson removed his pants?
Sorry, who?
Do you know who Bryce Knutson is? The
I
guy
know
in that photo?
Bryce. I don't know his last name.
Okay, did there come a time when he removed his pants at that celebration?
Not that I remember, but probably.
Okay. Do you remember if the photo was before or after that?
It was before he was dressed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-8, please?
The witness can see it.
Ma'am, do you recognize that photo or that video rather as an accurate depiction of what was occurring in parts of that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's going to move 8-8 into evidence, but ask the court not to publish it. What the state's going to do is prepare a vision of that blurs out the face of any children and then publish that to the jury at a different time.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. The forthcoming version of 8-8 that blurs out any minor children is admitted. We'll publish it later.
Thank you, sir. Scott, can you bring up 8-8 Delta 2, please?
Are you able to see it?
Mhm.
Okay. Is this supposed to be moving, Scott?
Your Honor, it's not. It is
Okay.
a still frame from that video. The state moves 8-8D2 into evidence.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. 8-8D2, you're going to mark this later with a sticker?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach to have a common understanding on something?
Sure. Mr. Bloodworth, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Just going back to the night of the wake. And have you been to wakes before?
Yeah.
Was that your first one?
No, I've been to wakes before.
And was anything about this unusual to you?
No.
This is how you'd seen people at other wakes right after a loved one had died. Fair?
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
Kouri happy that night?
No, we were trying to be happy for the kids. We were trying to stay positive and keep it light.
Okay, so
for her kids.
And that's fair. And you said you spent the night at the house.
I did.
Who else spent the night at the house that night? Do you know?
Yes, Amy did, and so did Bryce, and I believe Chelsea did as well.
Okay, so just the four of you. Other adults went home. Then the kids were there.
Yeah. Yes,
All
and
right.
the kids were there.
Do you recall that Kouri left that event early to go to bed with one or more of the children?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, we may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your time. Please travel safely. You're free to go. Should we talk about scheduling or?
Yes, sir. Let's talk scheduling.
Yeah, I think a brief scheduling discussion would be appropriate. Ms. Nestor, do you mind?
Yes, sir.
Rather than use the next 15 minutes to begin the next witness and then have to take a break, we'll just start with that next witness on Monday morning. Scheduling reminder, no trial tomorrow, Friday, March 6th. We will be in recess until Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Over the next 3 days, please make an effort to not watch, listen, or read anything related to this case. It takes affirmative action, so please be diligent. Please do not speak about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about the case to you. That requires affirmative action as well. And please don't do any searches or research about the case in any way. Please enjoy your weekend. I'll see you again Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please travel safely. Please rise for the jury.
Okay. Imagine going off being a juror with that 3-day weekend, with that all in your head.
All right, have a seat, folks. Thank you. Counsel, I have a question that I need to ask you in a private session because it has to do with minor children.
Okay.
I can't be doing that in a public session.
Okay.
Anything else on the record today before I do that, Mr. Bloodworth?
A brief disclosure, Your Honor. Yesterday evening, Crystal Bowman Carter, who had testified, notified my office that she had an appointment scheduled with the spouse of a juror that had been scheduled before testimony. The spouse of the juror called her office and said, "Hey, do you still want me to come in or not?" Crystal Bowman Carter advised the potential client, "No, do not come in until after the trial." And that's where it stands. I forwarded Crystal Bowman Carter's text message disclosing this to the defense.
Okay. Anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
you know if that appointment was made before the trial started?
It was.
No? Not
Okay. Anything else in the remaining public session today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms.
No.
Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, if I can have counsel and the litigation teams stay put. Everybody else, 8:30 a.m. Monday morning. Thank you for your patience. Enjoy your weekend.
Okay, that's it. So I'm going to run over. There's another feed that's, if you go to my live feeds, that's set up for, I think, 7:15. I wasn't sure when this is going to end, but I'm going to go over there right now. Meet me over there. We're going to talk about everything that went on in court today, or a lot of it. I'm going to save going over the rest of this testimony for Josh Grossman's testimony. I don't know when, another time. Tomorrow morning, I believe at 9, maybe a little later. I'm going to double check when Karen Reed, I think she's going to be in court for the O'Keefe civil hearing. They had kind of a status hearing on Zoom that they're not allowing anyone to broadcast. I take that seriously. I'm not going to do that if they don't want me to. But I did listen in, and I did put the Zoom link in for those who wanted to catch it live today. A lot of interesting things going on as far as Aiden Carney's text messages between Karen Reed and himself, and put out on X and into the public domain. So I'm going to be going over very quickly. I don't know how long I'm going to be on, but let's talk about what a damning day in court. It's a great day to do what I do. So much to talk about, so much juicy stuff. We have, I don't know if I'll even get to all of it, but we have a 3-day weekend to talk about it. Let's go. All right. So meet me over at the other link. If you want to chit chat about it, listen to some of these damning phone calls. Kouri's life story with autobiography was shown in court. Text messages heard from friends of Eric Richins and Kouri Richins, testimony in court. I thought the only thing that was wasn't terrible for Kouri Richins was her own life story, but we'll get to that. See ya over there. Meet me over there. I'll start in very quickly.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light. Hard task warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy, exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light.